I think I'm ready.
Go for it.
Acting Captain's Log, Stardate 54772. Well, guess I'm the acting captain. Pin's on a mission, and Captain Grinnon is currently facing his charges in Klingon court. We arrived at Kronos yesterday and escorted the captain down. A little bit of issue, but we got it sorted out. A little bit of confusion about Klingon biology versus human biology. Luckily, that's my expertise. For now, we are at station keeping outside of Kronos. And while I will likely be called down to court today to testify, the outlook remains hopeful. We have the facts on our side, so hopefully that will be enough. In the meantime, Lieutenant Commander Vada will be in charge of the Kismet. Oh boy. In log.
And we shall begin in the briefing room aboard the Kismet on the following day, as we're on day 2, of course, as we said, as was mentioned in the log, and we are entering into Alpha Shift. If I can get certain sounds to happen, that'd be great. There we go. In current attendance is, of course, the acting captain, Lieutenant Commander Efrix, along with the remaining senior staff, Lieutenant pending, as it were, Lieutenant Commander Varder, which he is still due a commander's exam, bridge officer's exam, and of course Lieutenant Myth.
So, yesterday was eventful.
Yeah, that's a phrase for it.
How are you feeling, Varder?
Less intoxicated?
That would seem to be a positive.
Oh boy, hang on. Myth is very
Yeah.
quiet.
Klingon medicine.
They do like their blood wine for many, many things.
I'll make a note of this. Yesterday at the trial, the head, whatever his title is, the Imperial Judge,
Magistrate.
he's not actually taking a side. He's not partial against either or. They should be, but well.
Well, they shouldn't be. That's a good thing, right?
No, as in like, yeah, I was worded that poorly. Either way, he's actually neutral right now instead of already chosen, so that gives us more of a chance.
More than I thought we were going to be working with, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
And I had a chance to meet the captain's arbiter as well. Seems a decent fellow.
Have we heard anything from Pend?
I don't believe so. But that's not unheard of. When he decides to go off the grid, he doesn't do things by halves.
No, and he went in civilian clothes without a comm badge, so it'll be hard to. Well, maybe not hard. There can't be that many Tellarites with Cronus.
A few,
Indeed,
but
if you wish for me to find him, I can attempt to.
Finding him and then getting to him will be two different things if he even wants us present. Which I doubt.
Additionally, performing unauthorized scans of the Klingon homeworld could be construed as a hostile action.
Right, yes. Silk gloves.
yeah,
Affirmative.
we should definitely clear that with the ambassador. If that's something we need to do.
Give it another day. If he's still missing, then we've got something to. Oh, damn it. Did he do any. I hope Pend filed something for going planetside, so we have a rough idea of how long he was planning to go. And if he overstays that, then we can have reason and cause to look into it. Does he actually have a leave slip anywhere that I can try to search for?
Give me you can probably look it up on like a pad that you have there. Give me reason, command or security difficulty 2. Assisted by ship's computers plus relevant department.
Reason security.
Quote unquote, he put in for leave, but then the Klingon side of it didn't file it. If I remember right.
I'm gonna. Oof, thank you, computer. I was gonna give you a threat anyway because it's security.
Okay.
There we go. I guess I can get rid of that complication with my metals.
Because you are generating 1 momentum at this rate.
Yeah, I'll get rid of that with my metal just so that we don't have to, off the bat, deal with.
So Efrix is right, is that officially he is on leave and the paperwork, as it were, is filed in an incomplete manner, so it isn't stating a precise location or duration of stay. But by looking up on the computer, well, the computer doesn't really help fill in the blank, but how procedure is that the default is any longer than 48 hours without contact for an away team is considered is worthy of looking for the person to see if they're okay. If it's unofficial, like shore leave, and you don't check in, you're supposed to check in at least every week. So, but no matter what a person puts down, if they don't call in and say, "Hey, I'm here now," it's like, oh, okay, because you're still active duty, so we are expected to check in case they're recalled.
But so
officially nothing, but it's for as long as he likes. But by regulation, he's supposed to check in a week or 48 hours. Depends how official it is.
We can make a case for 48 hours, given that it's the Klingon homeworld, and we want to make sure that nobody does
away
anything
on official business. Which, if we try to use that argument, the Klingons will be like, "Oh, what official business?" That might make a fuss, and that other guy who already doesn't like us and will try to twist every single little thing against us will probably try to use it in some way.
Or we can just say that we want to make sure that our crew is behaving appropriately, given the circumstances.
We'll see how it goes. Have they asked for Myth as a witness?
I don't believe so, not yet. Have they?
Neither side's called for it, but the captain's advocate has left the floor open for any positive testimony in his defense, but he hasn't summoned anyone. The only person he went out of his way to summon was the Iran. because he knew that'd be a nice opening way to start the day, to start
Well,
the
and
proceedings.
me.
But if anyone else wants to go, hey, we want to testify to his character or to the facts of the case, he's like, well, if you want to, sure, but I'm not gonna. If you don't think you have anything to tell me that's good, I'm not calling you.
I'm also not sure if Klingon courts will accept Myth's testimony.
That's true.
Because I seem to recall they had a problem with Data at one point.
Yeah, but then they also tried to recruit Data. So
Yeah, you have your cock and eat it too.
Well, it depends on how many people Myth has killed. So, by their estimate, it's how many people were on B'Math?
Billions.
Ow.
Well, I don't think that incident killed the entire population of B'Math. It just landed in a highly populated city center and killed millions.
just millions.
Potato, tomato.
Well,
But
And to be
it would
fair,
be-
they're not accusing. Luckily, they're not accusing the whole crew. They're just accusing Brennan.
because the crew turned in the senior most officer, which is appropriate under Klingon law. If you guys had resisted, they would have charged the whole lot of you.
I mean,
But you turned in the captain. They're like, oh, okay. Well, they recognize that he
Eventually.
needs to be. Eventually, it's like, well,
We evaded for a while.
well, the captain must have ordered you to do that. So
Don't question a gift horse.
did he order me to kill him?
But to answer your question there, Myth, it would either be an insight con roll, or you'd have to speak with the local advocate to see if you can testify. Because you're right, that is a fuzzy part of Klingon law.
Mm-hmm.
Heck, it's a fuzzy bit of Federation law.
Yeah, it's less fuzzy in Federation law.
Oh.
Because
there is a precedent.
there's
Yeah.
precedent, and also there's some ruling about the rights of artificial life forms.
Yeah.
All right, Insight Con. I'll try rolling that.
Insight con difficulty 2.
All right.
Which is too bad because ultimately you couldn't ask for a more unbiased
Yeah.
person on the stand.
Nope.
Oh.
Don't know.
Oh,
I was 2 18s.
Yike. Yikers.
Keeping my luck from the last time I played. Let's see.
what's the captain's advocate's name?
That would be. No, that is incorrect. I gained 200 threat. Because
I
that's
know he
fair,
introduced
right, everybody?
himself, but I don't remember.
That would be Advocate Kakaro, son of Tarsus.
Right.
I'll put that name in Discord for you. And for completion's sake.
We could ask Advocate Kakaro whether or not he thinks this testimony would be something that would be beneficial for the captain or not. Also, do you think it would be beneficial to the captain?
I can certainly provide an accurate assessment of the events that have transpired. I do not know whether that would be of benefit to the captain or not.
Hmm.
Legal stuff is fun.
Yep. We are not the three people that are good at that.
No.
Oh, No. I mean, the best I can do is still keep an eye on Grennan with the KDF garrison
Well,
and
Picaro
help continue
asked me
making
to
sure.
testify yesterday, so
Yeah.
when we were finally able to communicate.
Yeah, what was going on with that? It was very sudden, his arrival yesterday.
Evidently, someone attempted to mess with his schedule so that he would miss the court date.
Huh.
That seems oddly benign for Klingon politics.
If we could potentially look into that and find out who and if they're linked to this other guy, I don't know if we could use that. It'd be something to talk to Kikero about. But he seems pretty interested in anything and everything that might offer any assistance.
Oh yeah, if you can prove that the other guy is corrupt and is, like, you know, doing backroom deals and shit in order to secure his victory, that will look bad on not only him but his case.
Mm-hmm. Myth is our research gold mine. So if there's something to dig through, you might be the one to dig through it.
I can
It's
look through the
true,
relevant public information.
Likely it won't be there, but it's worth a try.
It's worth something if you need me
There
to
are
try and help.
surprising data trails that are available in seemingly innocuous information.
That's fair.
Your innocuous information.
Most of the time.
And
I mean, yeah, we're all just specks in the universe.
I mean,
Yeah.
GM's at the top of his game tonight. No, you are.
Good to know the preview of what's going to happen in court later. You.
No, you blew up Pumoth. No, you blew up Pumoth.
I don't think there's anything much use I can do up here.
Your Honor.
Anyway.
No, you've done admirably keeping an eye on the captain. I think that's where you're best served.
Yeah, I'll just make sure he doesn't say anything stupid when there's a crowd around. He didn't manage to say anything stupid last time. That was good. He just stayed quiet. That was surprising.
It's probably for the best. As much as the captain is a talented orator, I don't think the Klingons will appreciate that as much.
Yeah. They they don't appreciate glowing eyes either.
Father, what did you do?
What, they were going to mob us, so I stared at them intently.
Of course you did.
It worked.
Yeah, as long as you don't wind up as a Klingon science experiment.
It's very hard for them to get away with, I believe. Plus, they'd have to abduct me first. I'm not exactly the kind of person to let that happen.
Yeah, unless you get jumped by, what was it, eight Klingons?
At least, yeah.
Of course, that wasn't you, that was the captain of Penn.
And yeah, that's been. I was there, not there. It's difficult to say if I was there or not. They
I
looked
don't
at me.
pretend to understand visions, so I won't try to analyze it.
Exactly. Anyway, anything else we need to particularly go over?
Yes, Smith, any information you can dig up on who or how Advocate Kara's timetables were messed with, that would be helpful.
I shall make an inquiry.
Beyond that, any further information you can find out, even if it's just rumor and hearsay about what people believe happened on Bamoth, the more we know, the more we can prepare against it. Something tells me the crowd will have a much bigger say in what happens with the captain then would be normal in a Federation court.
Understood.
Yeah.
I mean, they're pretty set on we murdered everyone. If you listened to the crowd yesterday, that was,
Yeah. See, at some point I'm gonna have to face the crowd. The good news is though, I have a whole talent and a medal designed to help cool them.
You see, now if this was Mirror Universe, I could just try to mind break the entire crowd, but that's illegal for us.
Jesus.
What?
No, it's only illegal if you get caught.
That's Section
And-
31 talk.
That is Section 31.
Panda, I thought you
Ah.
quit Section 31.
No comment.
Officially.
If we can find out who's spearheading it.
I'll be on the planet. I can keep an ear out.
Well,
Probably not likely to get anywhere asking around unless I go down without a Starfleet uniform, but people talk, people boast, Klingons especially.
it's true. I'll be down there as well, since Advocate Carol asked me if I would take the stand.
Hmm.
So,
Who knows? I might get lucky and have someone decide to say, if one of those Starfleet goons could beat me in a fight, then they're innocent, and I'll just punch them in the face, and we'll be fine.
mm,
That was a
That
joke.
occurrence seems unlikely.
That was mostly a joke. Mostly.
Ah,
Sure it was.
If the opportunity's there, I mean, I just doubt it's going to be there.
what is the phrase that humans use? You are all going to give me gray hair. I think that's it.
When does that
There are no
normally
humans in
happen
this
for
room.
you? At what, 500? 600?
I don't live that long. But thank you.
Compared to me, might as well.
Well, if there's nothing else, I suppose we should adjourn and get started.
Actually, I've got one thing that's not specifically important. Myth, can you change your hair color to gray?
it would take some time or the application of chemicals, but yes.
Okay, good to know. I was curious.
Theoretically, I could change my hair color to any visible wavelength, I believe.
Huh.
Efric pinches the bridge of her nose. And shakes her head.
Our captain is on trial for mass murder.
Should I dye my hair?
He's more on the thing of she doesn't get old, so she won't naturally go gray, but she's also not strictly natural, so we'll find out.
Exactly.
Will Yiker.
Hey, listen, that was surprisingly scientific for Varder. Give him a break.
Yeah, it was.
Alright, if that's all, I'll go back to the planet surface.
Oh, someone should look up who the judge is, the magistrate is.
That is a very myth role, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that.
If
Yeah,
not, I
any,
can
any
just...
additional information besides who's messing with our own
Unless,
advocate, any other information you can find out about.
and if you need
judge
my assistance,
and
I'll
the
be in the
opposite-
Klingon garrison.
All you need to know is that Aran is dating the magistrate's son. So, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh no.
I don't know if that's good for me or bad for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of poetry reading at each
I
other.
don't know if
Oh,
that's
yeah.
better.
But yeah, no, Myth, I'll be in the Klingon garrison, so if there's anything you specifically need from me, I might be able to help,
Very well.
depending on how much they let me do things, but me.
All right. That's all.
Well, I will.
I guess this meeting is
Got
adjourned.
mine.
I need to go talk to Lieutenant Vada, soon to be Lieutenant Commander Vada. Yeah. Assuming everyone makes it out of here.
Dismissed then, Lieutenant
I said-
Commander? Oh, okay. I didn't hear that.
Said
actually.
adjourned, so yes.
Right, yes. Okay.
Dismissed.
Mm-hmm.
So I assume you two leave.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Is there someone you wanted to speak with there, Doctor?
Yeah, I need to talk to Vada because she's going to have a con.
Okay, I'll pull
In my
Vada
stead?
in. Where are you, Vada? There you are. Boop. Doctor, you wanted to see me?
Yes. I'm being called down to take the stand for the captain, so you will be in charge of the ship while I'm wanted to check in and make sure there was anything you needed before I head out.
Well, for one, where's Varda going?
He is going to continue as
Security.
our eyes on the captain.
Oh.
While my faith in the Klingons and wanting to keep Grinnin alive for their own honor of this trial, they don't fully understand the needs of humans. So, while they may not mean to kill him prematurely, it could happen. You need someone down there to keep an eye on it.
All right. Any standing order otherwise? Should I shoot on a signal or make a Picard maneuver of some kind at a certain time?
Not at the moment. Our orders are to follow the law, so depending on what happens, we are to act as Starfleet.
Well, that'll be a nice change for once.
We're going to try and do it this time.
Right. I'll have our damage control teams ready to go, and I'll alert medical that we may have injured coming in the near future.
Keep an eye out for contact from Commander Pend. He hasn't checked in yet. Not sure when he will, but hopefully soon.
Oh, will do, Doctor. I'll just follow where excessive gunfire is going. Actually, that's going to be somewhat hard on Kronos, so never mind. I'll wait for him to call instead.
Yep. Lieutenant Beth is working on looking up additional information to help with Grinnin's case. So if anything else comes up, you may want to call in additional science. I want her to focus on that.
All right, I'll be sure to leave the lieutenant alone if on her personal project. We have a rather skilled science department, so I should be able, if it's a minor thing, I should be able to pull from someone else in her department. Although knowing the lieutenant, I may be
full
able to
faith.
ask her to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Doctor.
No, you're fine.
Oh no, you first, of course, Doctor.
Oh, I have full faith in our science department, was what I was going to say.
So do I. She straightens her uniform a little bit.
I was agreeing with you.
Yeah,
This is weird. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, the heavy is the chair that you sit upon? He shrugs.
I was just thinking about that.
Well, literally, I think it's pretty heavy. Right.
Don't try to win her.
Well,
It's poetry.
Do you wish to transport down, Doctor, or do you want to take a shuttle to the embassy?
um, I transported down yesterday. They seem to be okay with that, but I will double check with our embassy and see what they think is best.
Very good, Doctor. Any other standing orders you wish to give me?
I don't believe so. Station keeping for now.
Aye, Doctor. She kind of rests her hands behind herself and stands at relaxed attention.
I believe that is all, Lord Engineer.
Now, if only I could get that officiated by command. And she'll take her leave at that.
There is a reason why I'm a doctor. Okay.
I'm a doctor, not an orator.
I believe you leave the briefing room at that point.
Mm-hmm.
New scene.
Rip. R1. Oh, it says High Court. For a second, I thought it said Night Court, and I was about to laugh.
There's someone who looks suspiciously like Data in there, but it's not Data.
Ooh, Night Court.
Yes, high comedy of the 80s and 90s.
Mm-hmm.
It's not okay. It's okay. So, what do the merry trio aboard the Kismet do as they start their first shift in earnest?
I'm going to start that research that I was tasked with.
What topic do you wish to research?
I'm going to start looking at possible like ripple effects of the data trail for the advocates' scheduling.
Well, actually, to be fair, reason science or security roll oppose, assisted by the ship's computer plus science or security, depending which one you're rolling.
Right, I will choose science because it is better for me.
That's the wrong stat block.
Don't have any stuff here, so just gonna roll that straight, I guess. That's 2. Yeesh. It's a tie.
Ooh, and their computers did not help them. You have a tie. You can succeed at cost, but you will flag yourself as the person who is looking it up. Like, you'll have to start throwing your diplomatic weight around of, I am a Starfleet officer and I'm requesting of my allies this information. Like, oh, my name is Lieutenant Myth and I have authority to look this up. It's like, oh, I mean, you probably won't phrase it quite like that, but that's in essence what you're doing if you push the issue. At first, you were just kind of looking up just like anyone walking into a library. Now it's the equivalent of having to walk up to a librarian and flash your badge. Go, no, I have a reason to have it. Give me the information.
What do y'all think?
So I'd go for it, but that's just me.
Probably just going for it. I mean,
All right. Let's go for it then.
Everyone's really brave with your name on the board.
oh no, I do the same stuff.
Yeah, I'd do it for myself as well. Thank
I
you.
was gonna say, it was like they would say yes, Efforts would probably say no, but she's a cautious person, so
It would appear, according to the data, that House Trivar made certain demands of Kikaro's time elsewhere in the Empire. And since they're of a noble house and he is a commoner, even though he's of the Council of the Honorable Body of Imperial Jurists, which is a long way of saying he's part of the Bar Association. So he's a respected lawyer, a jurist, but it's like, yeah, but he's still a commoner in the end. And so a noble can kind of yank him around as long as they have just cause. And looking over the data, it's frivolous stuff. It was like the equivalent of checking for food safety inspection, advising some commander on appropriate weapons drills, and if it's within regulation of KDF policy. Like, it's the sort of stuff any decent officer would have figured out without the need of a jurist. Like, it's overkill to call someone of his standing in the court to attend to these matters, but they could, and they did.
Yeah.
Though he would not, Kikero would not know that. You know that because you looked it up. He would simply be told, the Empire hereby orders you to do this. And he's like, yes.
Yes. All right. Then Efrix is going down to the surface, or has gone down to the surface?
She hasn't gone down yet. But she seems to be arranging. She's thinking about how she's going to get down there.
All right. Then I will compile that information and give it to her.
Oh, didn't we also want to get info on the magistrate?
Yeah. I feel like that's probably easier to look up, though. So. Yeah, it seems like that's pretty quick. So I'll do that, too.
Yeah. Even if it doesn't end up revealing anything supremely useful, you know, I'd at least like to know the name of the man who's going to sentence me to die. You know.
You know, little things.
Like, you know, whatever. Sorry. I'm fine. I'm okay. Don't mind me.
Like, oh my god, why are you talking like that?
That's one.
So, Myth, you find Efrix kind of probably standing near the command chair as you provide a pad.
The information you requested.
oh, that was quick. Thank you, Lieutenant. I'll make sure this gets to Advocate Carol.
If there are any other tasks you wish for me to attempt while you were gone?
If anything comes to mind, I will contact you. Currently, I did quite a bit of research yesterday, so I'm at a bit of a block. If there's anything that you can think of, feel free to take the initiative.
Very well.
Efrix, as Myth returns to their station, what are you doing?
I'm gonna get in contact with the ambassador and see what they think is the best way to proceed as far as going down to the planet for today's proceedings. I was able to beam down yesterday, but that was because I had permission from the prison. So
you call down to the embassy, eventually get connected with Ambassador Worf, son of Dakar of Hel's Telpak. Hello, Lieutenant Commander. Doctor, sorry. How can I assist you today?
just wondering about the best course of action as far as getting down to the planet.
The safest option, in my opinion, is to take a shuttle here to the embassy. Unless speed is of the essence, transporters are usually not recommended, as you sometimes might find yourself beaming into an altercation that you don't know the full extent of.
That's fair. What's the timetable looking like, DM, before the case starts up again?
2 hours, according to
Okay.
the official rule.
Is that enough time to get a shuttle down there?
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, okay. I kind of figured, but... Alright, that was kind of my assumption, but I wanted to double check with you. I guess I will be ordering a shuttle.
Very good. Actually, it would seem that the diplomatic attaché for the 10th Fleet stationed here, one Jir Asir, does wish to speak with you if you happen to come by the planet. I'm not entirely sure why he needs to speak with you, but I told him I would pass along the message. Not like I have anything better to do with my day.
Alright. I will be sure to do that.
I'll be sure to inform him you'll be coming.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Anything else I can help you with, Doctor?
I don't believe so.
Goodbye, Doctor. You hear disconnect
Good day.
on his end.
Hey, Barter, you want to catch a ride?
Sure, I suppose so.
Haircut. So, apparently the diplomatic attaché wants to talk to me. That's not concerning.
Not really, no. Probably, here's what you need to not do. Or something about what's going on with your case. I really don't know. We'll find out. No need to get worried about it, so.
Part of me thinks it has something to do with Tent. I'm really hoping it doesn't.
Yeah, that's true.
But then I'm inclined to think almost everything has something to do with Tent anymore, so...
Again, we won't know until we get down there.
Fair enough. It was recommended to me that we take a shuttle and not use the transporters.
Alright then.
So set about ordering a shuttle. I don't know if I need to make a roll or something, or if
No,
that can just happen.
That can just happen. Varder, is there anything you're going to do before you leave the ship? Any gear you wish to take with you? Or you, Afrix, because this is technically going on an away mission.
I mean, the same standard kit that I've had when going to the planet, which is that body armor, that hidden body armor, which I don't know if we need to pay for now, given it's a different session or what.
As long as you point out that you're grabbing it, so you take it off the rack, but you can have it.
Yeah, grabbing that again.
Do you think that's something?
Given I'm the one that's hanging around Grennan more, and I'm also the one that's kind of designated to get punched, yeah.
Just I might be taking the stand. Maybe unpopular. I don't know. I don't think people want to punch me, but you know.
Well, if worst comes to worst, you've got me to hide behind, so.
Just my general med kit, I guess.
So the two of you are shuttling down. We'll check in with you again once more, Myth, before we move on from the ship. What is your next thing you wish to research?
I guess I'll take a look at the Imperial Magistrate.
Reason con, difficulty 2, assisted by ship's computers plus con.
All right.
Or command, actually, either of those could work.
Con slightly higher, so I'll take that. That's 3.
I had the name. There it is. I will note that this person, to be an Imperial Magistrate, one is expected to be have some blood relation to Kalis. So it's a position only nobles can hold.
Mm-hmm.
And this would be Imperial Magistrate Cora of House Kor.
All right. Cool.
And I'll actually give you a bit. The Kor house is a great house that's been part of Klingon history for a long time.
Mm-hmm. All right, done.
Do you have any follow-up questions? Because this is a it's not a sensor roll. Sorry. So it does use computer. Yeah.
I mean, I still get my science officer one, I think, right?
Oh, that's true.
So, yeah.
Didn't the house die in Deep Space Nine?
Me? Yeah, how did the house reform it? I guess is a good question.
Well, he's not the last of the house.
Right.
Or he was, but that has since been someone else has how do I put this?
They found someone.
They found someone who was related, who originally wasn't of that house, but they have since claimed that house. And
Got it.
so Cora was originally of a different house once upon a time, but he's like, well, I can go from a minor house to a great house.
Right.
Sure, I'll take leadership.
Uh-huh. Got it. Guess I'll pass that along to probably Varder's the safest person to pass it along to. Because he'll be in contact with Captain.
And we'll
after that, I'll get started on researching the standings of artificial life forms in Klingon courts.
Okay. I'll check in with that with you when I check back in with you. Wow, that was a handful that was a sentence.
A handful of words there.
Mm-hmm.
I have a suggestion for you too, Myth.
Yes.
Looking into the houses that were involved in keeping Caro busy, seeing if they either are in line with the House of are opposition, or if they line up with any of the houses that were actually involved in the fall of the moth. So we have those names.
I will do that too.
Okay. We will check in with Iran. Well, actually, we'll see where Iran is because we have to kind of check how they did last night. Not in detail, of course, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
Give me, since as I recall, you last night you were enjoying your trying to have some fun. 1 second, I'll be right back.
I am prepping something really cool for this. Like, if I'm gonna have to talk to the court, I'm gonna.
Oh, I thought you meant my flirting. Okay.
Oh, just wait, Grennan.
The captain's
Until-
preparing something very cool for your flirting.
Mm-hmm.
Just wait till I talk
Wedding
at your
day.
hearing.
Don't do that.
I love that. I love that. Yeah, the idea. I've always loved that idea, Dr. Efrix, that like Klingon BDSM are just like cuddle dungeons where you're all just tender caressing.
So, Iran, give me a fitness or presence plus command to see if
Fitness,
you
command,
either find yourself a good time or manage to drink yourself into a good time without ill effect. We'll call
What's
it
the
difficulty 2.
Okay. What's the complication range?
Just 1.
Okay. Lead by example.
Sure, actually, I'll take that.
I'll just
You
roll.
can
it
show these
flat.
Klingons how to have a good time.
Eh. Not too great.
At least you didn't break a hip.
Turns into old man Iran. I popped a hip out.
The only thing I break is back.
Ooh.
Iran, you wake up in the embassy with a headache, but otherwise, that wasn't too bad. You don't remember a whole lot, but your breath smells of blood wine. But hey, it was probably fun.
That's
You
good.
You're not
assume no
dead.
stab wounds, so that's a good sign.
None that haven't already healed.
Your nose hasn't like been smashed into your brain, so
Yeah.
you
I did
didn't
not
run into
headbutt
the
anyone.
captain.
Actually, you might have hit somebody. That might explain the headache, or there might be a blood wine, or both.
Does it feel like a hangover or a concussion?
Yeah.
Why not both?
Fair enough.
Yeah, if you drink enough, it feels like both. Hey, what's up?
What do you do with your day? As you wake up in the morning a little later than you normally would, but hey, you're awake and it's daylight out, so plus sign.
I'll take a walk around the embassy. Not much I can do here. Don't use money that much.
As you're walking the halls of the embassy, you come across the path of one Lieutenant Varder and one Lieutenant Efrix. Well, Lieutenant Commanders, I should say.
Hey guys.
Ron.
How's it going?
Oh, you know, trying to save the captain.
Aren't we all? I see you got your promotion. Again?
Yeah. Apparently, somehow.
Good for you. How's sickbay, doctor?
Busy.
Less so when I'm not there, right?
Well, there's always Pinned.
Yeah, I saw him earlier, or yesterday, but
Really?
yeah.
Yeah, he mentioned that at the trial they briefly encountered each other here. Actually, the same as we are. Actually, yeah.
He said he was going to meet an old friend. Don't know what he means about that, but
Yeah, that's what his paperwork
this-
says as well.
Why would you say that out loud?
fuck you.
Huh?
That's what his paperwork says. Why would you say that out loud?
That's the truth?
Oh well. Not sure I can go where you're going, but yeah. How's
I'm
things,
going
I
to the
guess?
garrison.
Yeah, not sure I can go there.
You probably could. I just don't know if they'd appreciate you doing so.
Something
I
like
also
that.
don't think you'd want to.
Right. Well,
Right, well, you've got
I'm
your
sure
meeting.
they would be glad to show you accommodations, but I don't think you want to.
no.
Yeah.
The only place I'd like to be locked up is by choice. And if that's all, I'll be here and you'll find me here if you need me for anything.
Mm.
Mhm.
Any
Let
winks,
me know how
any...
your meeting goes.
Right.
If it's,
What was that?
let me know how your meeting goes, Efforts.
Mm. I'll keep you updated.
Aron strides up.
Bye.
Actually, yeah, they don't need me as well, do they? Efforts. They're just you.
They didn't mention.
Well, hang around
needed
for like
you.
10 minutes. If it's quick, then you're out. We can talk about it. If not, I'll be gone in 10 minutes.
Right.
Her meeting takes a little longer than 10 minutes.
So he'll end up stepping out and going towards the garrison then.
Barter, give me insight security. Difficulty 1, as you're passing by the Targ's Fur.
Inside security difficulty 1. Does survival or guerrilla warfare come as focuses?
Add complication.
Complication. Okay. And it's security. Of course, you get a threat.
That's the rule.
There we go. That's why I give you threat.
Fine, have 2 momentum.
Grumble, grumble.
It surprisingly looks like the Targ's Fur, despite it being broad daylight in the middle of the morning, is closed.
Oh no.
Around.
No,
I'll
that's not
take
what I'm
a-
thinking about.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna take a brief kind of look as is there any sort of reason as to why? Like any signing, any or people inside even? Just is it actually publicly closed, or is there something private going on, or is there like a note on the window saying, "Yo, someone smacked their forehead through the bar yesterday, so we're getting it repaired."
Give me 1 momentum.
Sure.
Please.
Now. I'll fight you.
Manners.
Maketh man.
Well, make us cation in his case.
Done that.
Got the silly t-shirt. Comes with its own bells. Peeking in through one of the windows, you can kind of, there's no real signage other than it's closed, but you kind of casually walk by, kind of peer through the window, and it looks like there are a trio of a team, if you will, of KDF soldiers around a dead body.
Oh no.
Recognizable or familiar in any way?
It's a Klingon. They look kind of old. They're kind of far away. They're no one you know personally. But
Well, I'll be in the garrison. I can just be like, okay, I'll take a look at this. I'll literally be in the best spot to look up a report. Yeah, no, that works. I shouldn't just burst on in there. That's not my job. I am to be in the garrison doing other things, but I can look it up once I get to the garrison. Incident report, tags for today. Should be something. Assuming Klingons report even remotely similar to what we do. I go. They're against a wall, like over here, yeah. On this side of things.
they're inside the building, yeah.
Yeah, but like they're close to the wall on that side of the building.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah. So like we could probably walk down that side of the building and possibly see what it can hear.
Ooh, give me daring security. Opposed. You can use guerrilla warfare.
Hey, okay.
I am too, like, in a twisted,
One threat
fucked
to
up sort of
momentum
way.
for
I'm
4
really
dice.
proud.
How much threat, sorry?
One threat to momentum.
Spending the threat?
This whiny little shit.
Got a lot of loud background noise there.
Yeah, Eric is being very loud.
I'm about to message her
Like,
and give her shit.
That's yeah. $15, $13, $10, $6. Okay.
Do you have any special rules regarding this? If you were a Romulan, you would, but you're Klingon, thankfully, so.
Hey, I mean, if I get us our momentum back, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, you get 2 momentum.
Yeah. I mean, I sent 2, so.
Yeah. You can overhear. They're speaking in Klingon, of course, but thankfully you have your comm badge with you, and Klingon's a well-known language. So there's a half second we have to wait for the comm badge to translate for you, but you get the gist of it because you're close enough.
Mhm.
And now that you can hear them, give me insight security difficulty of 2, because you're trying to piece together what they're talking about from an incomplete conversation because you weren't there since they arrived. So you're trying to piece together what it is they're investigating beyond the obvious.
I
Super cool. Well,
was gonna say small arms as a focus.
play.
I don't think so, but I don't think I've got a focus with this too. Oh wow, it complicated. You know, sure, because I'm pretty sure this is the 110 shot.
Well,
That's
Actually,
a,
depends on
that's
shooting
a
them lethally,
big
but-
fucking assumption.
It is. But also, I'm assuming like, patching information together would also go guerrilla warfare at complication +1. I've got a lot of focuses that probably complicate this. No talent specifically. Security, so of course you get a threat. What was the difficulty? 2?
2.
Yeah, I'll give you the 2 momentum again. So the 1 threat, 2 momentum. Ta-da.
Gain 2 momentum.
he gets
Damn
it.
it. I was trying to make just that one more.
You are able to determine that these three are investigating what appears to be. There were two fights. There was a few fights, but there were two fights of note yesterday. One of the fights involved a Tellarite and a rather infamous thug. I put his name somewhere. Hold on.
Oh yeah, he got dragged out to like here or something. That's right. Never mind.
Between him and Krutus, a houseless, and they have no respect for the guy at all. But that guy apparently lived. And then there was during the night, as the night went on after the trial was done, a human came by to the bar and partied rather heartedly, as it were. And somewhere during that time, a Klingon who had been speaking with the Tellarite earlier in the day was stabbed. A bit of chaos erupted because it was a dead body and no one really saw why, so tempers got heated. The human was found had stumbled out of the building at some point, and they're kind of wondering if this if the human and the Tellarite might be from this Kismet, or if they're there's Federation civilians who come by. And the reason they're at all suspicious is that the knife doesn't conform with a Klingon duktang. It's not a Klingon knife. It's a alien knife. It's like, well, it's an alien. Either a Klingon took an alien knife, which makes no sense to them. Like, if you're gonna kill a dude and you have a beef with him, you just stab him. Like, whatever. You tell everyone, this guy stole my woman, or this woman stole my guy, or whatever. Or this guy looked at me funny. And,
unless you're trying to frame someone.
Or it's an alien who murdered somebody, which, aliens are known to dishonorable, unlike Klingons, so that may be it. But they're still examining the body, and it seemed to be done by somebody who knew the Klingon anatomy, because there's two very precise jabs into the body that go into the two hearts of the Klingon. So they didn't just stab them once; they moved just right and nailed the other one. So it was a precision hit, which
Doesn't happen to be
Which Devarder's mind immediately
young Klingon guard.
Devarder's mind that's like, okay, so that rules out Iran as definitely having done it, because I don't see him stabbing a Klingon twice and getting both hearts. I also don't see him stabbing a Klingon in general, but they're going to see him stabbing a Klingon.
And that's the other reason why they don't think it's a Klingon, because it's a Klingon. If they had a beef, they would just stab the dude somewhere, or stab him in a heart and be like, there, have fun dealing with that, jerk. Like, if I'm going to kill you, I'm going to cut your head off or something. Or I'm going to shoot you.
This makes it very deliberate.
Yeah.
Not a Klingon style hit.
What weirds them out is that this guy, the only thing of note about this guy is that he talked with the Tellarite the other day that got into the fight. But that's it. He's not anyone of particularly high rank. He works with the High Court. Like with the, not the High Court, not the High Council. But he's like, the translator has a bit of trouble, but you are able to equate it to a functionary. They're a middle, lower, entry level functionary that helps deal with stuff. They're not high ranking person, or by the sound of it, doesn't sound like a very prestigious position either. So again, it's one of those, like, this guy wasn't powerful enough to kill, so why kill him? We'll need to talk with this human and this Tellarite. We just have to figure out where they are. And then they talk about other things that are unrelated, because they're also chatting about capital.
It's just another murder. Like,
yep. This is like their, well, let's say this is the
It's Tuesday.
15th today.
I mean, I'm not specifically. I could turn around and go talk to Iran, but that also, if anyone's watching me, looks kind of fishy. So I'll just go to the city garrison. Aaron's not in any actual danger. He's just going to be surprised when some KDF guys say, "Yo, we got to talk to you about this guy who got knifed." He didn't do it, so whatever. Into the city garrison, and I can keep an eye out for that report itself to see if I can pick up anything on the knife, or if those guys, like, if they've got any idea on the knife wounds itself.
So you head off to the garrison.
Actually, would I know what Klingons might do with a body?
They'll probably study a bit longer if they think it'll help them solve the crime. Otherwise, it's just meat. They'll dispose of it, burn it, whatever. There's no real ritual when someone dies. It's just
Yeah, I was meaning like, yeah, like I assume they've got like a morgue in the city garrison. They'll probably take him to for the doctor to look at. Maybe because it's like, this is a knife that's not one of ours, but we can probably figure out what it is.
if they want to bother investigating it more, they'll take him in. If they think they can't solve it in a reasonable amount of time, they'll just dispose of the body without even talking to the doctor. But if they're like, we could probably chase this down,
Oh,
we'll take it to the garrison, have the doctor hang on to it for a while, put it in cryo so we can look at it again if we want. Because they didn't really bother with morgues for very long because bodies are worthless to them. It's like, oh, they're dead now. Oh, we just want to make sure this person doesn't do this again, is all.
That's why there
And
was
the only reason
less
you can
ethics involved in me taking hearts out of dead Klingons and putting them into a dying Klingon.
but I mean, I'm not particularly expected at the Klingon garrison. Like, I'm not there to report to duty or anything like that. I'm just here. I'm an additional hand that you don't particularly want. So they probably won't care if I'm late. Not that I would be late because I don't have the actual time to show up. I can hang around outside the bar and see, basically. I don't think I can just walk in there and say, "Yo, let me help," because that means they know I've listened in. But if I catch them leaving the bar, then I can probably walk up and just act like, "Oh, here, I'll give you a hand," kind of thing, and that might give me an opportunity to look at the body. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yeah.
Give me we'll call this control or presence security difficulty 2.
Okay.
To wait in a nice visible area, but also in an area where you could see them and hear them coming, so you can not look suspicious, but you still know where they're going, so they don't like go out the back door or something weird like that.
Guerrilla warfare without complication this time?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah. That sounds very guerrilla-y for once. It's security again. Oh, threat for reroll because I need rerolls.
Wahahaha.
Do I? No, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, I don't need the reroll apparently, but that's a 2 momentum.
Yep, 2 momentum gained as you begin your wait. As you wait, we check in with Captain Grenham.
Oh, great.
As Advocate Kikero steps into his chamber, which is on the 2nd basement level, not the 3rd basement level. So he's not in the super dirty area. He's in the proper prison cell that they actually bother cleaning.
Well, first opportunity to really get to actually talk to you.
Yes. It would seem that your testimonial style has worked well with my standing defense, so it seems your ancestors are smiling.
Right, but I do have a concern. Well, many concerns, but one that's niggling at me right now. From what I know about I've read a lot about the laws of the Klingon courts, but there are a lot of unspoken rules of the courtroom, so to say, that I've started to pick up on.
Oh?
Namely, that even if all the law may be in my favor, depending on the attitude of the audience, I might be in for a losing battle either way.
There are those, like I warned, that are of a the adage of the Klingon heart being the seat of the law, that one can feel justice and injustice, and that if your blood boils at the sound of a true Klingon's blood boils at the sound of falsehood. It's frankly, in my learned opinion, a myth. right up there with Kalis pulling a sword out of molten lava. It's a nice tale, but untrue. However, many believe in it, and many, even those of the nobility, are trained in the old superstitions.
And as cliche as it may sound, there are some elements of that sentiment that can even be traced in so far as things like Federation law. But that's neither here nor there. As it's going to end up being, I'm going to have to confront the crowd at some point.
Well, there are, of course, two strategies when it comes to such things. One is to take the bloody road and appeal to the heart. And there is the road of steel. One argues the cold fact and let the law be decided by a Kalis Preservus, a more learned, a more wise and calm-blooded mind.
But in this instance, I'm afraid that won't work. The crime I'm being accused of, I don't think the cold hard facts will be enough to calm the blood of that audience.
If you wish to address the audience, it is entirely peril. If you wish to do that, I can't stop you. I'm simply advising you on the tactics.
Right. I don't wish to say much, and my goal is not. I make no. I have no presumptions that anything I say will exonerate me in the eyes of the audience. However, is there not a chance that that depending on how I handle it, I could at least make them willing to hear the case?
One must either fire the heart to your cause or calm it so it will listen to reason.
Then that is my goal.
I will say that today I am going to have your doctor testify in your defense. As it seems my advocate Enki has not summoned her, that means her testimony would not be of help to him. So I was going to summon the captain who was in charge of your ship for a good chunk of its journey, but looking into your logs regarding each other, I decided that perhaps was not in your best interests. And thankfully, I have more friends in Starfleet than House Travar does. So I don't think he's going to summon the captain, not within the time limit the case will demand.
Yes, I don't think a Steamrunner class could make the trip out to Klingon space in the next 3 days.
So if you are going to take this bloody road, I would advise that you...
It's not my intention to maintain this bloody road for the rest of my defense. As said, I just need to cool the audience enough that we can hopefully write out the rest of the case on the facts as they are. If that makes sense.
I imagine it makes sense to you, and that in the end is what matters to you.
Well, no. Does that make sense?
I find appeals to the heart without any attempt to speak to your honor or to insult, as that's not my intent. But those who employ sophistry and appeals to emotion are too stupid or cowardly to stand before steel. They'd rather see blood spilled than actually see reason.
Mm.
There's a reason commoners like myself need to be in the courts more, not less.
Right.
In the old days, you would not be allowed to speak. I would have to speak for you because your blood is not hot enough and your spirit not pure enough for our esteemed courts.
Of course.
But if you wish to take that path, I will not prevent you from it if you think it makes sense. If you believe it's a defense, it is a strategy that will get you victory, then to take another adage, the highest honor in battle is victory. How you get there can be immaterial, and it has to be a choice that you can live with. The fact that I walk a higher path, a harder path, is my choice, not yours.
Right. In which case, I think I will take that path of steel. Attempt to cool the hearts of the court.
As you would like. Do you have any other questions? The court will be calling to session in the next hour to 2 hours.
More so, I think, are there any questions you have of me? You are my representation, after all.
Well, let me ask you point blank. Did you do it?
I did not.
Did you aid those who did?
I'm just trying to think. Do I know specifically who actually did it?
The Klingons.
You do, yeah.
Okay. Then no, I did not.
And did you evade capture from the KDF when you passed through our space?
I'm just trying to before I answer him that question for him. Is this? Do I know that this is a confidential meeting? Do they have lawyer-client privilege in the Klingon Empire?
Insight con difficulty 2.
Uh-oh. Gonna spend a momentum.
It's always what you want to hear from your captain.
Uh-oh.
Question,
I'm
Gio,
gonna-
did I just shit the bed?
Well, I haven't answered him yet, so this is why I'm asking. Insight con. I'm gonna spend a momentum. Law focus.
I mean, it's likely if they ask efforts that she's gonna tell them the truth anyway. So
That
You can
momentum
always
back.
lie and tell it was Kiddick's idea. No, wait, that's the truth.
Gain of momentum. There's no sense of privilege. Like if the magistrate or the high council or the emperor demands, or the chancellor demands him to answer, he will answer because he is a servant of the empire. However, in this battle between yourself and and Advocate Anki, he's a champion of sorts in the law. He is supposed to fight for as long as the case is on. He's supposed to fight for you. But if he's asked about it later, he's not beholden to keep that secret. He's actually required by Klingon law to
Got it.
respond to
Okay.
his superiors.
Okay. In that case, here's how I'll go about it. It was to save an entire world. Time was of the essence, and we did what had to be done, as you said. It's important it is honorable to achieve victory.
Do not equivocate with me. Did you or did you not evade the Imperial Defense Force in their attempts to secure their space? He kind of walks up to you and stares you right in the face. He doesn't look angry. He's just staring at you like he's watching for any tick, any sniff of the nose. Like you're being studied.
I was medically deceased at the time.
What? Explain. He blinks his eyes and just holds them closed for a second. You hear a growl, but he seems to suppress it a little.
Wait, no, it's in the logs that could have killed him.
Technically, it's in the logs that I was deceased at the time.
Were you aware of this plan?
To be completely honest with you, yes.
He walks away from you. Well then. Turns around. And actually, as a point of Klingon culture, he turned his back to you completely for a second. And then turned to you. Absolute disrespect.
Mm-hmm.
But he bothered to turn around, so he didn't just leave. So there's that. Well, I would advise you to not bring up that particular point of it, and I would also advise you to brace yourself, because Advocate Anki is going to ask that question of your doctor. I was hoping that a Starfleet captain was somehow fooled or protected by his crew in that Starfleet way of where crews blind their captains to their own defense. The fact that you were party to it will work against you, so
Indeed, if I end up having to see punishment for evading capture in Klingon space, then so be it.
I would prefer you did, but as a Klingon, I say that. As a member of the honorable body, I would. But as your advocate, the path of steel will not serve you well in that department, unless you wish to face unless you wish to plead your guilt in that particular charge.
If it comes time for me to explain myself, I will, and I will explain myself as I just did to you. I did so in defense of an entire world and entire people. Where is the dishonor in that?
Was it the Klingon people?
It was not. Well, by extension.
By extension?
If I did not, it was a people that, if not calmed down, would have done great harm to the Quadrant. The Federation, the Romulans, the Klingons, all.
He kind of looks away from you a second and just like, okay. Looks back at you. Yeah, the path of steel is not for you in this case. By the time you get the crowd to listen to you in that regard, they will cease to care, because it unless you've spilled much blood and destroyed many planets along the way, they will not care. And Anki will see this as, how would he put it? Starfleet meddling in affairs beyond its grasp and other such nonsense. He'll paint you as a naive fool.
Literally to that, Grennan raises his hand in a sort of half-joking manner and just says, guilty as charged.
Right. It looks like I have some reading to do. The last thing I would ask you.
Yes?
Do you know the whereabouts of Irene Adler?
I do not.
See, you can answer a question straight. If only more of my clients did that, rather than tell me a rather long-winded tale about exactly why they're so nice and why they're so awful. Facts win cases. And in my opinion, you should simply not argue or equivocate or give explanation, just simply admit your guilt. But You're not Klingon, and it's unfair of me to expect you to hold to Klingon values, especially ones of a meager commoner. I believe we're done here, Grennan.
Bet we are.
Leaves the room.
So, question: Does he have the information that we have about who actually did the Bemoth stuff? Because that could be useful.
Yes, he's got it.
Who's got it? That's why I didn't ask him about that part. It's like,
Got it. Just wanted to make sure.
You've already had it into that stuff.
and we will check on somebody else
Ben,
far out in the countryside. Whoops. You stand amidst a rocky, mountainous ground that, according to your information, is a hunting ground where various creatures are, such as Targ, are hunted, and other such game.
Yay! I get to hunt human instead. Are there any signs of human footprints in the area? I mean, because it'd be decisively lighter than a Klingon's footprint.
huh.
Are you eyeballing it or are you scanning for it?
Depends.
Are you tasting the dirt?
Depends. Is it a... What type of roll would it be for each?
If you're scanning around, it would be reason, science, or security. If you're eyeballing it, it's insight. You can do the daring route of actually tracking and hunting a person down through other means. But the complication range goes up to 3 because you might accidentally run into something else out here. Well, you have that risk anyway, but if you go the daring route, you're kind of just...
Well, luckily for me, you picked some of the 3 worst attributes, so I'll go reason and scan.
The difficulty of this roll, considering that you're in rocky terrain, is base 3. And because it's been a bit of time, I'm going to up it to 4.
I mean, why wouldn't you?
Didn't you find bloodstains last time too? Right before we ended.
Yeah, they led him to here to the hunting grounds, but now it's a matter
Got
of
it.
narrowing it down because now it's harder to trace the amounts he's getting is so minute. He won't be able to trace it.
Okay, so for focus, can I either use operative, survival, or my trait as a Tellarite? The reason why I asked Tellarite, because as stated in the books, Tellarites have heightened senses than other species.
I'll let you use survival.
Okay.
In combination with your sensor scans, because it's because of your racial trait.
So it's a difficulty 4. Take 1 threat and I'll spend 2 momentum.
All right.
I'll reroll that 0. I hit it.
They went this way rather than that way.
Well, it was a 50-50, so I'll head that way.
You start climbing into more narrow and more difficult terrain, as it were, between. You're basically mountain climbing at this point, more or less. But you're found, and you're kind of sticking to paths that are. This actually seems to be a well-traveled path, beat down by Klingons over many years and various creatures. See some wildlife here or there. It's a nice, beautiful, red, sunny day on Kronos. Nice and hot. Nice and muggy.
Ah,
Not that
yes.
muggy. It'd be fairly dry.
The perfect place for a manhunt. Am I picking up any signs of any recent struggle or any more?
Give me insight security difficulty 1.
Just take a single threat.
Sure.
Survival focus.
Yes. You gain 2 momentum.
I thought you said it was difficulty 1.
You gain 3 momentum. As you hear noises approaching of some creature.
I would like to draw my sidearm and try to conceal myself.
Give me opposed control security.
Would the focus of former operative or survival work here?
I would take survival, actually.
Take 1 threat,
I'm going to spend it.
and I shall spend 2 momentum.
No. Oh. Different shade. Stand it up better. There we go. You're able to hide yourself rather easily because hear it, and you can hear it loudly snuffling and snorting and climbing its way through the rocks. Well, it appears to be a large, furry boar of sorts, otherwise known as a targ, a vicious and destructive animal.
Does that say
It doesn't seem to see you, although it seems to be digging at the ground for some food.
I'll try to avoid it while heading on. Did I gain any momentum from that?
It got all of 2 hits, so you got 3 momentum off that. For 2 momentum, you can basically wait it out, and it'll just go away eventually. It'll find something else to sniff at.
Sure.
It just kind of wanders off. Like, it started sniffing around here, didn't like what it was smelling, kind of walked off.
I'll try to pick up on the human's scent and continue.
It is going to be a recent security roll difficulty of 3. I'm going to make it complication 2 because the targ is kind of smelly. It's actually messing with your nose a little.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. Survival?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Take 1 and I will spend 2.
tamed the Targ.
I am not taming a tag. Not when I'm trying to find a rear admiral.
I don't know. If you show up to court with a Targ, they might think you're a real Klingon.
I'll reroll one of those 18s.
Honorary Klingon.
Therefore.
A really short Klingon.
That way.
Honorary Klingon child.
I will stay quiet but continue to move.
Whoops.
I don't know about the white lines, but the red areas are movable, black none.
It looks like this part of the mountain seems to turn and bend into a wider valley on the other side of the mountains you were crossing through. So it's obvious that well, not necessarily so obvious. It's most likely without scanning they would have went down here. The black areas are, you could go up there, but you can walk in these clear areas.
Yeah.
The black areas you'd actually have to like take both hands and actually bother climbing around and bracing your, actually like rock climb and stuff. Targs can do it because they don't care. They'll cross through mountains. They don't give a damn.
Is it possible for me to assess where the rear admiral would have hidden himself, whether injured or non-injured?
I'll say insight security difficulty 4. It's possible to figure that out, but it's difficult.
So I'll say with the previous one, that was difficulty 3, correct?
Yes.
So I got one back. Just making sure
This
before.
is a tracking thing. This is more of you going, if I were him, where would I have gone from here? Without having to check each area, you're kind of going, if I were him, I would go here or there, or I would have turned around.
Yeah. No, I was just making sure before I do any spends I had the correct amount there.
Yep. Just explaining why the difficulty was the thing, because like, I don't want to blindside you there. Whoop.
Oh no, I accept it.
You better. No.
Survival or former operative?
A former operative I will take.
So I'm going to use my medal and roll 6 challenge dice.
All right. How much soot do I get? 1 wonders.
I'm going to get 5.
Yikes.
Yeah, it wasn't the finest roll. I shall reroll the comp. For 5 hits.
You do a bit of thinking about it. You gain momentum, of course. You think about it. This is way out in the countryside. Like you're way outside of a town. You'd have to go for another couple days more walking to get to another settlement on the planet or base. Like there's a base nearby, but you know that's for soldiers. Like if you're on an investigation, if you're out this far, you're either finding somewhere to hide, finding someone who is hiding, or trying to find a secret facility. The last one, that could be it, but that's unlikely with the information you have. And you probably wouldn't bother looking for one right now. You'd be looking for a person, most likely. Like, why bother coming out this far? Sensors will find a facility just as easily as you walking around. Walking around's for actually talking to somebody without letting the Klingons know you're doing it. So if he's anywhere, he's likely down along the edge of the valley, just shy of the Imperial hunting grounds, because there it's the sort of area where it's not quite patrolled, but most hunters wouldn't bother going out that far because why risk it? But if you're trying to hide, it's a nice out of the way spot to go, and the only people who might ever find you are like the emperor, the chancellor, the high council members, like high ranking people, or certain imperially appointed hunters. Because when people hunt there, it's more for sport and showing off how cool they are, rather than people who hunt for food or to do rites of manhood or of adulthood, I should say. That sort of thing. So he's probably either, you would say he's either or somewhere along this area.
Okay. If that's the case, I'll head along the edge of the valley. But I'll try to do it as sneakily as possible.
So more like down this way, and then down this way.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Kind of like that. You'll get your time in trial, motherfucker.
Just right into the mic.
Listen, if he can find the rear admiral, it's only going to be helpful.
No, I know. I'm just tired.
Bipend.
There's an explosion up in the mountains
Oh shit.
as an avalanche of rocks fills in the pathway that you came down here on.
Yeah, that seems about right. I mean, luckily for me, I'm not going in that direction.
Right now.
And Penn continues on his way as we end the scene there.
I guess that's a momentum.
Yep. On the plus side, you managed not to run into the Targ pit mating ground, which would have had a bunch of Targs there that would have attacked you. So, hooray! If you went the wrong way, you were gonna get mauled by Targ.
Oh, he might be able to put on a pretty convincing act. He just needs to sit there and grunt enough, and they might think he's one of their own.
Yeah, I'm not looking for that type of good time. That's a different weekend.
Oh, so a different weekend you go to that place. Got it.
Well, as far as you need to know.
Efrix,
Yes.
back at the embassy. You come into the office of what appears to be a Zakdorn. That would be. I'll give you an image of that at a moment.
They're that species that played the strategy game against Data.
I was gonna say, I was like, that sounds familiar, but
No.
They have jowls.
Jowls for days.
right.
Except this one seems to have sky blue eyes. Like his entire, like his iris is one. It's like one blue color all across.
Alright,
Mhm.
we're supposed to be like the most tactically adept people in the Federation.
And this person seems to have slightly larger ears, and his nose seems a little nostrils seem a bit wider. Like he looks Zakdorn mainly, but it looks like he's of some other species as well. Yes, you are the Dr. Efrix, yes?
I am. I was told you were looking for me.
Yes, well, I just wanted to inform you of a certain situation that has developed in the 10th Expeditionary Fleet. It would seem... sit down or stand up, whichever you prefer. I don't outrank you. I just here to advise you on behalf of the Rear Admiral. Water? I would offer blood wine, but I don't think you like blood wine, so...
I do not. Thank you. I'm good. Thanks.
Good. All right, then. So, it would seem that a ship known as I believe I'm saying it correctly, the Andromeda, has made contact with an alien species and has established first contact. And then, well, that's not the part that you would care about. The part that I would care about. What we should care about is the fact that they apparently gave star map data of the Klingon Empire to this new species without checking with the diplomatic corps first, or the Klingons. So they're a little upset about that. So far they haven't kicked me out, so that's a good sign.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Did it happen to be, I don't know, a technocracy?
Technocracy? No, it's what does it say here in the law? They made a deal with the Chiago. No pronunciation guy, hate that. Chigo concern, some sort of corporate. I think it's more or less what amounts to a sort of like the Ferengi Alliance, except a lot more shooty. So, yeah. Oh, and just to make things more interesting, apparently they are who also try to profiteer. So, in my opinion, they may have some ties with piracy. So that's fun. That's great. And the Klingons now know that the 10th Expeditionary is involved with them because, well, they yelled at our ambassador. Our ambassador yelled what they're talking about. But that's a good thing. Them yelling is a good thing. I should clarify.
Yes.
So, yeah, I'm going to advise you to watch on whose toes you step around here, because there's going to be a few members of the KDF who are going to be somewhat upset about the fact that their defensive line was given to a new species without consideration. The Admiralty's looking into it to get that fixed, but knowing this fleet action, I would not expect that problem to be solved before your court appointment is done.
Okay. Thank you for giving us the heads up. That's
Oh, and one other thing. This is more direct to the Kismet because for some reason, my holiday has turned into a working holiday, so I'm in a great mood. It would seem, according to certain friends of mine, that a certain Tellarite, one Commander Pend, got into a bar fight here in the city at the Targ's Fur.
I mean, that's not unusual in Klingon
Except
territory.
he shot the guy in the middle of a room. He didn't die, so that's good. Problem, later in the night, the person he talked to was found murdered this morning.
What?
So, reading between the lines, I get the feeling they're going to want to talk to him. I know he's here,
Mhm.
and I assume he told you he was here for a reason. Please don't elaborate what his reason is. I'll do this as the attaché to the fleet, so you're aware. And yeah, that's a problem. Oh, and apparently there's a Federation citizen, a crew member of yours. How do I say that? Jameson something or other.
Ron.
Yes, that. What you said. Apparently he's a person of interest. Was there last night. They haven't connected the dots that he used to be with the Kismet, because that's expecting a lot of their of the KDF when it comes to investigative techniques. But I would assume they're going to want to look for him, and I don't know how that's going to go for you. So my advice is try to deal with this before the Klingons do, and figure out what's going on. That's not an order. That's just my advice as your diplomatic attaché with the fleet.
Okay. Well, good news. We know where Iran is. He's
Good.
in this building.
Oh, good. Of course he's staying here in the embassy. That doesn't make life interesting at all. Great. That's great. That's wonderful. Great.
Well,
the
at least
ambassador doesn't.
It bodes well that he's not hiding.
Yes. That's true. Because that would imply guilt and that he may have some part in it. But Yeah. So what's your plan there, Doctor?
I will.
Actually, you know what? Don't tell me. Please do not tell me. I don't need to have to answer to the KDF any information that I don't know. I am plenty familiar with how Article 14 works, and I don't want any more part of it than I already have.
I thank you for updating me on these issues. That's the fact that I won't be blindsided by KDF or the court is useful.
Oh, one other thing.
Yes.
Thought I brought this up, but I didn't. It would appear that I found out. I looked into this. The person that Penn shot. He didn't. As I said, he didn't die. Problem is, he has known ties with the local thuggery, the local muscle that is sort of. Well, I won't sugarcoat it. They're hired goons that beat people up for people with money or influence. And, well, he embarrassed one of them in a bar full of people. And if he's not dead, that means I would imagine that your pen is now being hunted by this man and his thugs. Because if he's not in the city, well, wherever he is, if he's anywhere on planet, and last I heard he still is, they're probably going to try to kill him. And if he kills them, well, that might become an issue, considering your court case. Yeah, I think he's in some level of danger.
Okay.
That's about right.
Okay.
The Kismet, some level of danger.
Usually
Every
caused
person
by
on the
themselves.
Kismet. I'm in danger all the time.
I'm not in danger. I'm fine.
Okay.
Not really okay, but I'm glad you're taking this well.
Yeah.
It's that or panic. What do you want?
Right.
Do you have any questions for me or any requests you would like me to pass along to the Admiralty or the Diplomatic Corps or the JAG office? Last will and testament.
Not at this time. No, thank you.
Well, because you're here, I have to be here, so I can't leave. So I will be here in case you need me. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Again.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that we won't be blindsided is more than I could ask for, really.
Yeah, I wish I had the same, but you know.
You know, I heard the same thing from Brennan's defense. So, you know, seems to be going on a lot.
Oh, Kismet sounds like a fun ship.
It's never boring.
Yay.
I've never been bored.
I'm not leaving here anytime soon, am I?
With any luck, 4 days.
We've only got 3 more days left.
The likelihood is, if one way or the other, the Klingons are going to want us off planet.
I'm not gonna ask. If there's nothing else.
Either Grinna is going to be guilty or he's going to not be guilty, and either way, there's going to be people upset.
Of course, yes, that's what you meant. You wouldn't mean anything else, so obviously not.
What? No.
And that's what I'll say to security. So,
No, I would not. What? I'm a doctor.
Sorry?
Wow, Efrix, how could you imply any of that?
Wait, what was I implying?
Nothing. You were implying nothing, Doctor.
Disgraceful.
Damn right.
Yes.
Doctor. to quote the captain. Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Need to contact security, figure out where Pind is, talk to Ron, make my court date. Okay. Thank you. Is there anything else?
For the grace of the great holy bird, no.
Right. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. And you're able to step out of the office.
Internal screaming.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So what do you do, or where do you head?
I'm going to calm Vada. Efforts to Vada.
Vada here.
Has Commander Pin checked in?
No.
Is Smith nearby?
She just stepped out. She should be back shortly, though. Do you want me to get her to call you back?
Yes, that'd be helpful. Okay.
Is anything wrong, Doctor?
Not any more than it was, before.
I see.
Just worried. You know me. I worry about people. That's usually my job. Thank you, Vada. Yes, if you could have Lieutenant message me, that would be good.
I'll be sure to send a yeoman after her. She said she was doing something about researching something about the Klingons on the surface.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
She wasn't entirely clear, but she sounded like she knew what she was talking about, so I decided not to question her too hard on it.
That's what I've usually found to be the best course of action with Lieutenant. Because she will tell you.
Yeah.
You may not understand it, but she will. All right, thank you, Vada. Any updates? Everything looking good on the Kismet?
No one's shot at us yet, and we haven't been asked to shoot anything, so far so good.
Good. That's something. All right, efforts out. Now I feel like I'm not instilling confidence in my crew. Okay. How long would it take me to get to the courthouse? Like, what am I looking at timetable-wise?
15 minutes, half hour at most. Like, if you
Okay.
really took your time.
Okay. I'm gonna go talk to Ron. If I can find him.
I'd probably find her on somewhere in the embassy ground. It's mid-morning by this point, so probably in one of the food halls or one of the concourse they have in the embassy.
Ron is sitting there reading a pad, possibly a book, possibly something else. He has a cup of tea in front of him.
Hello again, Jameson.
Doctor, nice to see you again.
I was hoping I could talk to you for a minute.
By all means, please stop.
Somewhere perhaps a bit more private.
Oh, alright. He takes a swig of his tea and stands right up after you.
I assume we can find a room fairly quickly that's
Like,
unoccupied.
Like a conference room or something.
Yeah, you find a place, a small conference room. They have plenty of those, especially in the.
So what do you
Right.
want to talk about?
So I just had a meeting with the diplomatic attaché.
Mhm.
I am going to warn you. Apparently, there was an incident at the Targsford last night.
Oh,
A
to be honest, I remember quite little of last.
that could be good or bad. A Klingon who was seen in contact with Pind was murdered,
Ah,
and you have been
Yeah,
named as a person of interest.
GM, would I remember anything?
There was drinking. There was hitting on people. People actually hitting each other. A night of frivolity and debauchery in the Targ's Fur. Night and kind of blurs together a bit.
Fair enough. To be honest, Doctor, I hardly remember anything from last night. It was Klingons drinking, fighting, some poetry, some bad poetry on my part, but poetry nonetheless. And then I woke up here. Possibly that I remember landing in the gutter outside.
I just thought it would be fair to warn you. The KDF may be coming to talk to you.
I have my respect for the KDF, but I do not fear them. Thank you, Doctor, for bringing this. Oh boy, he's moving them menacingly.
Talked a big game until they moved.
I don't fear them. Oh no!
Oh no, they're moving. Oh, yes, no fear.
Also, as you can imagine, Federation and citizens are not the Klingon's favorite people currently. Just be careful.
I figured. Thank you. Be safe. And make sure Captain Grennan goes free. Might be a lot of things, but he's not all bad.
Certainly not a mass murderer.
Definitely not.
Well, I mean, allegedly.
Maybe a mass hugger or something, which might be just as bad in the Klingon books, but
Well,
yes, thank you, Aran. I just wanted to. I would recommend being as honest as you can, but you may want to seek representation. If you can't remember anything, they may take that as an admission of guilt.
absolutely. How soon are you going to be at court?
Soon. I need to get going, actually.
Give
get
Grennan
really
my regards if you have the.
If they allow me to talk to him, I will.
Probably not.
That's my guess, also.
Safe journey, Doctor.
Be careful.
I will.
Good to see you again, Jonathan.
It's good to see you too.
And then she will turn to leave because time is a wasting.
As you're making your way.
Downtown.
Yeah, I knew it. Lieutenant Myth, What was the thing you were researching last? I didn't note it down because I'm very good at taking notes.
Yes. I was researching two things. One of which was the connection of the house that meddled with Grennan's advocates' plans, like their connection both with the prosecution potentially, and also with the people who were behind the Bamoth incident.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was also looking up the status of artificial intelligences in Klingon courts.
Give me reason command difficulty of 1, considering the fact that you guys have a list of names to check against, and advocates are on a rather illustrious honor, so it's easy to find Enki of House Travar and all its relations because it's one of the more esteemed houses.
Yeah.
It's not a great house per se, but it's
just got lots of little signs where if you're eager to look, saying, "Look here, here's the important people." So it's kind of hard to...
computers plus command.
All right. You said insight or reason?
Reason.
All right, cool. Reason command.
Because you're doing research.
I'll spend 1 for an extra die. No, I actually don't need to. I don't know why I said that. I saw we had momentum, and I was like, yeah, I'll do that.
I mean, reroll might as well, right? Oh, it's for science.
No, that's for science. All right, that's 2. So we gain 1.
It would seem that House Travar has... They have nothing direct. There's no primary or secondary connection between the conspirators and those behind the Bamoth incident, or not behind it, but the ones who caused it, really. Travar, because it's one of the higher houses, it does have people who know each other, but nothing direct. He isn't on the list of names of, or nor is the Travar clan leaders seen as members of the Bamoth incident. They have friends, relatives that know each other, so there is a connection, but
not a significant enough one that they probably did this to preserve their own honor.
Yeah, no, it would not seem so.
And then let's see.
You're also looking to your legal standing.
Yeah, although the second half of the first question was, do they have any, like, on the record animosity against the advocate?
You have a freebie question, I imagine, sitting in.
Yeah.
It's not so much that House Travar or Anki has a specific hatred toward Kakaro. It's the fact that Kakaro is a thorn in the side of all the nobility. He is one of a handful of commoners in the honorable body of jurists, and so most nobles don't like him. But it's one of those, like, they've tried to call his education question, and he's subsequently sued them or hired champions to fight in his defense or fought in his own defense on a few occasions. So he's made no friends of the nobility, but Anki in particular is a young gun. So, and Kakaro is a old hand at jurisprudence. So if any connection is there, it looks like Anki to prove that he can beat up the old commoner.
Right. Okay. So
he's actually said as much at certain meetings.
Mm-hmm.
Not to this case in particular, but like in general. One day I'm going to beat that old goat Kakaro. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, well, because it's going to be because he didn't show up to court.
Yeah. Look, he's so old he can't even remember to show up for court. Typical. Only commoners would do that.
Huh.
Oh boy.
Got it. Okay. So I'll file that and add that to my report for efforts. And then the second question regarding my standing in Klingon courts.
This is a new role, reason con. difficulty of 2. Oh, you rolled this earlier, so we'll make it 3. But the ship assists you with computers plus con. Son?
Alright.
Con.
Computer song. All right.
Yeah,
This time I
it's,
will spend for an extra.
it's the Scandinavian spelling.
Got it.
The computer
Can we
today
get a
is
double
just,
check on that?
the computer's just taking a holiday today, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. All right, that's 3.
Scandinavian spelling, like, okay. Germanic spelling. Thanks, that's narrowing it down. Thanks. There's a linguist out there who wants to strangle me.
Computer's
God.
like, nah, Captain's not here. I don't have to do shit.
Yeah. Computer's like, I'm on holiday.
God.
my job.
This is a reason roll, so I think you just got it.
Yep, I did.
You can be recognized as a... There's 2 ways they could recognize you. Either by your deeds. Like if you have a rather high reputation among Starfleet, you could say, well, Starfleet thinks I'm important, so by honor, by adulation
See, I
of
know
my
a guy.
peers. Well, it's more like, it's like, well, you can look this person up, and a lot of people think this machine's a person, so it's a weird bit of law. It's an old way to do it. It's like, well, how do we know you're really a Klingon? You don't look like it. Well, all these people say I am, so I am.
Got it.
Oh. The more straightforward way is to simply say, is like, well, I'm not testifying as a person. I'm testifying as a highly sophisticated piece of equipment that has not been tampered with by Grennan to
Right.
testify in his defense.
I'm a piece of evidence that can provide
I love that.
the evidence itself.
I almost suggested that earlier, but I was like, that's rude.
Yeah. Because the Klingons don't have yet to get around to the whole recognizing artificial intelligence part of social progression. The Federation's still shaky on that.
But that's actually almost good, because in that sense, you can't be cross-examined. We're just submitting you as evidence.
I don't know, they might want to take a look and see if he's tempered to say a pre-recorded message or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
There's things they can do. If he's
Also,
just
Myth has strong opinions on AI rights.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Also, I don't think we want Klingon scientists to try and
No.
examine Myth.
Oh, she wouldn't.
Bloodline won't work on her.
Oh God.
I mean, I'm sure it's mildly corrosive. All right.
Degrease engines with that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm guessing I should update Efrix at some point.
You actually find that there, as you are sitting one of the computer labs inside the where you can more easily access the main library for the ship.
Yeah.
A yeoman walks up to, it seems to have been standing behind you for the last, according to your chronometer, the last 30 minutes. Just kind of with a pad, and you just kind of recognize that they're there. It's like you're kind of oh, they're there. I'm doing something.
Yeah. If I'm needed, they'll interrupt. Right. That's how officers work.
And the yeoman just continues standing there as they're not entirely sure if you're still interfacing or if you're not, because, well, they don't know how androids work.
Is there something you require, Yeoman?
Yes, Lieutenant. Lieutenant Commander Efrix wishes to speak with you at the earliest convenience.
Ah, very well. In the future, feel free to interrupt me. I am not an organic, and I will not lose track of my work.
Oh, sure. Not to presume, but do you mean that just for me, or do you want me to pass it along to the rest of the command staff? staffers.
Certainly pass that along.
I'll do that. Would you like me to get you something? She half steps like she was gonna walk over to, or he half steps toward like a replicator and thinks better of it. Like, wait, what would I even get you?
Negative. Thank you for delivering the message, yeoman.
Lieutenant? Looks off.
She nods. Lieutenant Myth to Dr. Efrix.
I'm not at court yet, am I?
You're walking across the grounds as streets, chatting with KDF people.
Oh no, I was thinking the opposite Efrix, because I assume blood wine is approximately equivalent to a can of WD-40.
I don't think it's lubricating at all.
It's like lubricating with vodka. I mean, you could try. I just wouldn't. I don't think it would work out too well.
Not be a fun experience.
It'd be pretty fun. Just as long as it's not your engine you're trying to lose. Hey, look at it smoke. Now hold my beer. Watch this. Anyway.
Well, this is
so,
a different direction we're going in.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, Efrix, you're being chirped.
We are lubing engines with vodka now.
Efrix here.
Oh, it's a good direction.
So, Lieutenant Myth, you wish to speak to me?
Ah, Myth. Yes. Some things have been brought to my attention. I will. How goes your research?
I have concluded it.
Oh, good.
I will forward the relevant information about the house inquiry to... do you have a pad on you?
I do. The one that you gave me, actually.
Forwarding. Additionally, I have investigated my standing in Klingon courts, and while artificial intelligences are not recognized in the status of personhood for giving testimony, I could be vouched for, as my standing in the Federation is more legally sound. Or, and she pauses slightly, entered as evidence.
You are more than evidence.
Thank you, Doctor.
But I will talk with the advocate and see what his opinion on it might be.
I was gonna say it's up to the advocate to determine how you'll be submitted to the court.
But know that I view you as more than evidence.
Very well.
You're my friend.
I appreciate it.
So, given that, a few things have been brought to my attention via the diplomatic attaché down here. Pind may be in more trouble than we first thought.
God damn it.
He was in an altercation with a Klingon, which is not unusual for the location he was at. He was in a bar. However, oh no.
What could go wrong with that roll?
Oh, nothing. It's so good. It's a great roll.
And the GM
Doctor,
spending
great
threat.
roll.
Buying a
I
bunch
think
of
I
dice.
would like to,
Use your security thing.
I think I would like to spend as I'm a doctor.
Not a security cheap. Yeah.
Or
Does it cost you
spy,
momentum or determination?
It cost me a determination.
Okay.
And now that it's medicine, I would
Yeah.
like to spend for cautious. Thank you.
Yeah, how much? 1 or 3?
Oh, jeez.
I'd go big.
Yeah.
Okay.
Spend 3.
Because I bought my full dice amount.
Okay.
So you're no.
And I don't have a focus. I assume.
So
What
roll.
about xenobiology? You're trying to look at
Yeah.
Klingon ears to see if they're listening.
I will have to say no.
Hey, I can stretch with the best of them.
Sure.
Indeed.
Gods.
Reroll.
Yeah.
Could be better. Could be worse.
Oh.
Hmm.
I think that's 5 successes at least.
So, oh yikes. Okay.
It's either 5 or 6 successes,
Yeah.
or maybe even 7.
Depends on who it is. I mean, all
Six.
I've said is that I
Yep.
think Pind might be in trouble.
So, nope. You done got beat, Efrix.
Yeah, I mean, it was a security roll.
Well, hey, he had to burn, like...
A lot of threat.
He had to burn a lot of threat to make that happen.
How much did it beat you by again? Sorry.
2?
By 2, so I gained 2 threat.
But
And I
still,
spent
that
2
was a
threat
lot
earlier
of-
to get it to turn on its reroll power. I didn't need it, but oh well.
Yeah.
That's
Still,
oh no, feel bad for me, everybody.
Oh no.
Sob.
Poor baby.
A Klingon bumps into you.
Sorry.
Hey, watch it.
Oh no.
Stupid. Starfleet. Mumble. And when they ran into you, your left arm kind of feels a little sore because this person
Yeah.
walked right into you.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's like, oh,
I was gonna say, like,
ow,
how much
dude.
am I injured? Do I take stress?
Oh no, you just got rice and balled.
Do you still have your pad on you?
It's a good question.
Like, it was startling more than it hurt.
I mean, it was probably in my hand, so I would have noticed if it went away. Did it go away?
It did.
Actually, just walk into the Targ's Fur. I thought it's closed.
Yeah, they just walk in.
I'll get back to you. Can you resend me all of that information? Send it to Varder.
Very well, Efrix. Did something transpire?
I just got pickpocketed by a Klingon. That's embarrassing.
Ah. Should I wipe the datapad?
Yes, I think that would be a great idea.
I'll initiate a ship link. I'd like to
Control
remotely
plus
wipe-
security or science difficulty 1. Oh, they did not think of that.
They didn't, or you didn't?
Both.
Both, really.
All right. Control science. Comp range 2. Rolling. Oh,
Oh no.
Just immediate.
yeesh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna spend for a reroll, but then I was like, oh wait, no, I can't. You know what? I'll spend determination here.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh, it's so funny.
Oh, sorry. Before you do that, I would
Security?
computer plus science. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, computer
1
science.
second.
Well, we all know the computer is on vacation, so.
Hey,
Hey!
it's enough to cancel it out.
Yep, we'll
Yep.
just straight up squash.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, that works, yeah.
Oh wait, we also still generate 1 because that's a control roll,
It's true.
and I
Oh.
enabled the.
So
Yeah.
we still do get a momentum out of that.
True.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, that wasn't annoying at all.
He's
Dude,
like
you do-
reading it and just goes blank.
Well, because you didn't get the. Well, the great thing is because if you had the complication, they would know. It would say being deleted by Lieutenant Myth or something like that.
Yeah.
Instead, it just it's just going blank.
See,
Wait, what?
Yeah, instead,
Did I do
he
something
doesn't
wrong?
look down at it for a minute and looks, and this is an empty pad.
see, the funny thing for me is you increased your comp range by 1, and that's what you failed on.
Yeah. Yeah. But it gives a free success.
Right.
Is there anything else you do there, Dr. Efrix?
Right. I will talk to you soon, Myth.
Just goes to retrieve the other pad from Barter. Like, I need to borrow this.
Very well done.
God.
Ooh, all that threat, GM.
Oh,
I assume I have another pad, correct?
oh yeah. Pads are 0. People,
Yeah.
Starving people just walk around with a stack.
Do
of
we have
different
the
things.
equivalent of like email or or text?
Cloud computing? I would presume to some degree.
Okay.
Like that's stored in the Kismet's database plus the wider Federation database.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sure you like link a pad like to your comm badge and then unlink it or something. Or move it to your biosign. I don't know.
Because I want to not say the things I want to say out loud. But I want certain people to know them.
Varder,
Yes.
you have caught the attention of a trio of KDF soldiers, heading toward the garrison.
I thought we're, leaving the thing with the closed bar and all of that.
Yep.
So why is the Targ's Fair closed? I'm new here, but that seems odd.
Why do you want to know?
Well, I'm working alongside you for the duration, so...
Who are you?
Small thing. Lieutenant Commander Varder.
Oh, one of them smacked him in the arm. Yeah, he's with the that Grennan. Oh, yeah, he was in the court case. Yeah. Wait, this has nothing to do. Well, no, I don't think it has anything to do with your captain. Someone got knifed in the bar fight last night. So.
Oh. Your regular run-of-the-mill kind of thing, I assume?
This is what? 15 of 20 today? Looks at a pad. 25. What? Yeah, there was a fight somewhere in the countryside. Oh. Well, hunting. Nod. You can give me presence plus security, difficulty 2. They talked around it. If you press them a little bit, they'll probably just tell you.
Yeah.
You have to needle them a little bit to be straight with you.
I think lead by the example is the only one I've got that's close to that, and I'm not quite doing that, so I don't think I better focus. No focus. But it's a security task, so you get a threat.
Hooray.
I always like having a backup.
Oh, you mean like a type 1?
Sure, that's a nice shoe.
I mean, not having that where you are would just be dishonorable.
Well, you put a knife there.
You can have a knife and a type 1.
Duct taped together.
Yeah.
It's called a bayonet, thank you.
Bayonet.
For a type 1?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Pistol bayonets are a thing. They're silly as hell, but
Or rather, like a gunblade.
gunplate. No.
Oh yeah.
Gain
Yeah, it's a knife
momentum. After chatting up with them a little bit. Well, no, you're not just wasting that. You're genuinely on duty. Like, oh, okay. we'll be serious with you. Well, it looks like it was a hit, honestly. Someone knifed this Klingon who works for the High Council. No one super important, but enough that a noble cares. So we're looking into it. Some Tellarite got into a bar fight last night. And there's a human we're looking into as well, but we're heading back to the garrison to see if we're going to bother chasing this down.
Here, tell you what. My experience is on Bajor with the Resistance, all of that. Hits were something that we did. Would you mind if I took a look at the body? Maybe I can.
Did
see
you
something
kill
that
him?
might have- No.
We hit each other in the arm and laugh among ourselves. We know. But Bajorans aren't the type to do quiet assassinations. You're nice and loud.
We did do a lot of bombs, yes.
Go ahead, knock yourself out, Bajoran. Just don't destroy the body until we get back.
I'll be particularly careful about not doing that.
No planting bombs.
Oh, well, you wouldn't know about it if I did.
Or would I? No, you wouldn't. Yeah, I would. Yeah. Just like that. And they continue joking among themselves. Because it's just someone got murdered. Yeah, it's just another day in Kronos. Like this.
And he's just like, the way to get along with Klingons is just banter with them, basically.
So someone else posted this in the fleet chat a while ago, but this.
Well, yeah, I guess Vard will go in and say, walk on in like, I belong here.
Hey! We're closed, shouts a female Klingon who practically hops the bar and charges over to you.
Oh, shit.
Bless.
That's a very, calm, just kind of slowly look at her. I'm here working alongside the KDF, looking into this matter.
What are you gonna do? Poke it with your boot?
No.
No free drinks. No food.
Not expecting any of that. I'm just going to do my job.
I like your nose. She just storms off, hops the bar again, and continues cleaning back there.
God.
The most Klingon thing about him, his nose, apparently. Okay.
There are two other Klingons in the room who seem to be chatting with you. Kind of look over at the exchange and I look at you. One of them kind of grins and nods approvingly and then continues his conversation.
Well, I already know he's stabbed, so I know what I'm looking for. But it's not a Klingon wound. Might I be able to take a look and figure out what kind of knife it might have been? It's something that Starfleet might have encountered more frequently than the Kronos Home Guard. That's a reason security for sure. You're not tricking me into medicine.
Because security can be used for forensics.
Yeah.
And I'm going to presume you have, and this is something I said in a different game, but I'm going to presume as a chief of security, you have basic forensic tools on you. If you want to do something more advanced, you need to actually get a kit, but I presume you have some evidence collection bags. Your tricorder's tuned for security type scans.
Yeah. Guerrilla warfare, ?
Add increased complication.
Sure. What's that? You're taking that? Yes, of course I am. I always am.
You poke it and it explodes.
Security, so you get a threat.
From the shoulder.
And then 2 momentum as well, so 4 dice. Wow. Okay, well, passed it. Wow. 16, 17. Oh. don't like that.
There you are.
Ah, yes, the quiet sound of typing secret information to players who make rolls.
Oh. Ooh. Is that...
Do I have to charge you for looking at the body?
No. Huh. Does that fit any particular races or organizations' methods?
Give me insight, security, difficulty 2.
Insight, security,
Or spend a
don't have
momentum,
one.
but you don't have one. So.
Yeah.
Or give me a threat, but I don't know if you want to do that.
I'll give you a threat to make the roll anyway. So
Yeah, you can even get spend a threat to gain the information. Or
yeah,
try
but I might make
momentum.
momentum if I roll.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think guerrilla warfare will come into this, will it? I won't have a focus.
It would increase complication.
Okay.
Because you'd be going off of what guerrilla forces might use it, but this might be a weapon that's used by proper forces.
Yeah. But it might be, what guerrilla forces use this? Well, it was used by these guys, and then it was adopted by these guys. It would probably be the link if it doesn't complicate. Didn't complicate. That 3 should be a success. What? Oh, it's a 14. Never mind. That looks really weird for me for a second. Or is it? Is that actually a 3?
That's a 3.
Why didn't it? I didn't click the focus button, did I? No, I didn't. I'm an idiot.
You said it. The diff was 2, so there was a gain of 1 momentum.
No, I was using the focus gun. I took the complication increase. I didn't press the focus button.
Yes, it's a gain of 2 then.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Just trying to cheat him out of his thing. It is a common primitive weapon by various species. It is not known to be used by. It is not used by guerrilla forces much, because it's guerrilla forces like slashing, even compact slashing weapons. They don't like a thrusting weapon like that. And it seems rather long about. It seems a rather long point. It wouldn't this is more a private. The culture it would be the most popular with would be a Romulan society, not like the military, but like just a regular, like a senator, a person of rank might have one of these as a, but that would be, it doesn't conform with that style of knife because there's certain materials and metals you would detect in the scan. So the best I can say, it's not used by any standing military. There are a few like really obscure alien races that use it, but again, it's one of those you would know it once you scanned it. There's certain things that be evident. You do know it's not a Klingon Dakang because it's a slashing and a rather wide blade. But this one's like needle-like. But primitive, whatever it is, uses actually the funny thing is you don't detect any metal residues, which implies a high degree of machinery.
Or it wasn't metal.
Or
it wasn't metal.
Yep. If it's like like with your technology, if someone uses a steel knife and they just use like it's someone who
Mm-hmm.
the most minute residue or most minute particles. But more modern societies, like say the Federation or the Klingons or whoever, they can make stuff that's like clean.
Yeah.
But that's the sort of society that bothers with knives as a primary sidearm. Like Klingons would have that sort of thing if they care, just to make their knife last longer. Like make it out of duranium or something silly like that.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
like you can work duranium into a knife. That requires a very specific replicator or a very strong grindstone.
Oh, for such a small
Laser cutter, I
knife,
should say.
it's probably not terribly expensive, so it could be disposable. And take a quick look around to be like, where might someone hide or stash quickly such an object to see if there's anything like that that has been left here. I'll find a different knife, I'm sure, but
You could spend a momentum for it if you like.
sure.
Quick look around. There are some sharp implements on the area. I mean, these guys trample all over the evidence and stuff.
Yeah.
Because tricorders are scanning devices.
Yeah.
So who needs proper technology procedure? But looking around, there are some sharp objects here, but they're all like irregular, like glass pieces.
Yeah.
No knives, actually, of any kind. And actually, you recall that most Klingons, if they're at a bar, they don't order a knife. They usually just use theirs. Or they use their hands.
No.
But people leaving a knife behind is like that's really bad. It's bad luck.
Losing your
minimum,
honor
and
kind of thing.
and you're leaving your honor behind. So most of the stuff is like bits of glass and sharp edges of like metal chairs and stuff.
Okay.
But nothing that could do this wound.
Well,
As for stashing places, the only place you could think of is back here behind the bar. But out in the open area, your scanner would have picked that up, or you would have seen it because you know what you're looking for.
that would imply the bar's involvement, though, and I don't know. Actually, yeah, something could have been thrown in the entertainment of last night, and it will take brief. Yeah, okay, I'll go over. Excuse me.
Yes, Bajoran.
If I could briefly go behind the bar, what I'm looking for might have been tossed behind here in the events last night, revelry or
What
not.
you looking for?
Some non-Klingon weapon.
She looks around, walks behind the bar a bit, peers into the back room. Oh, I got something that's not Klingon. Hold on. Disappears in the back room briefly. Hey, Starfleet, says a Klingon.
Yes.
Why don't you get your nose out of our business, Starfleet?
Oh, well, given I'm assisting the Klingon Defense Force in this matter, I happen to be very much involved in this business.
Suit yourself.
Have a good day.
He just turns back to you and walks off.
Check your pad.
Listen, he didn't do the blue goo to me again. Those aliens just spent like 10 threat to have my phaser gone.
Yet.
You look a little more intimidating than Efrix did.
No.
She walks out with what appears to be some sort of two-handed, vicious-looking blade, and and sets it on the counter. Now that it's a lot closer to you, you recognize as a Karatakan. It's a blade the Jem'Hadar used for melee combat. This big old axe halberd looking thing.
I assume that was a war trophy brought back some time ago.
Nah, someone paid the bar tab with it.
Huh. No, that, not quite what I was looking for, no.
Do you think this killed him?
I would significantly doubt it. Unless it's got some sort of hidden thing inside of it, but again, I doubt that. I'm
Oh, it
thinking of
does.
something... It does?
Yeah. She unscrews the bottom and opens it up, and she produces what appears to be a small thumb-sized device with little lettering on it.
Would this appear to be something that could have done the wound? Or is it the wound?
Without even rolling with your guerrilla warfare and survival knowledge, that looks like a compass.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you were saying it was a blade end. That is a compass.
Ah, that's what I thought. She stuffs it back into the hilt and screws the hilt back in and kind of shakes it a little bit so it settles back in place. I don't know. They could have hit him with the pointy end.
No, I was meaning something you might have missed. It would be small. It might have just been tossed behind their, oh, we've done this, throw it away.
Do you not believe me? She leans on the counter.
No, I believe you. But people can occasionally miss things. I've missed things.
I'm sure you have. Well, if you want, you can come and look here for yourself, but you'll have to get past me. She folds her arms.
Take it, she's flirting.
I was going to say,
No,
Barter, she's flirting with you.
I'd say jump on it, but I don't think you could handle it.
Damn it, Bend.
Barter.
I am on duty. And rather urgently need to sort this issue.
Your combat chirps.
I'll tap it. Lieutenant Commander Barter here.
This is Derlick of the city garrison.
Go ahead.
I was told that you wanted to, by the advocate, that you wanted to escort the prisoner.
Yes. Oh, that time already. I'll be there momentarily.
We'll have him at the door. Don't worry, we won't kill him on the way out.
Thank you, Commander. I've got some things for you regarding this case in the Targsfur.
Fine. And you hear a disconnect.
Well, duty calls. I will perhaps see you again.
She smiles. I'm sure you will.
Mm-hmm. And, calmly and collectively leave.
This guy gives you a thumbs up, like, yeah, good job.
God damn it.
Roll for attraction.
Barter, take one for the team.
Is that other guy that was just behind me, like, can I see him? He seems like someone I'd like to potentially keep tabs on, or if he's keeping tabs on me, for example.
Oh, this guy?
No, the other guy.
This guy?
This guy.
Yeah, you can see him. He's walking over to the market.
Oh, yeah. It's like, if I can immediately see him, it's not likely he's trying to hide and keep tabs on me, is what I was getting at.
Give me insight security difficulty 2 to notice something.
So, psionics, question mark?
I'll give that to you, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, threat. For insight security, right?
Yep.
Woo!
Reroll.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's 3 momentum. Is good.
I like how when I'm rolling at higher complications, I don't complicate, but when I'm rolling at base complication, I do.
I should still be here. Sorry. You can see he's looking generally in this direction, like toward the High Court building, because it's a big, impressive building in the capital. One of the many. There's like a bunch of other cool government buildings over that way as well, like the city garrison, the council hall. But he's looking this way. But you can sense that he's looking at her. And he seems amused. And this is where, Efric, you have to roll fitness medicine.
Oh no.
As you're walking up the steps into the High Court.
You got rice and balled.
I keep thinking rice ball.
Are you meaning the Russian poison?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
You sound like you're saying rice and balls.
Xenoimmunology?
I will have to say no.
Oh, come
Yeah, because it's my own immunology. Infectious diseases.
No, unfortunately. This is you withstanding something.
What about the traits of
Okay.
Denoblin?
This is you withstanding neurotoxin.
Does
I don't
Denob...
think they're. I don't think they're known for being particularly.
Well, let's check.
Hey, there's no harm in trying to reach for something.
Yeah, I thought Phlox did have like
106
resistance to some stuff.
Whoops, wrong page.
He did. But it was also neurotoxin apparently strong enough to hit a Klingon. If that's the same thing being used.
They have a robust immune system, but vulnerable to various forms of poisoning. Climbers, don't need to sleep, etc., etc., etc. So if you were catching a disease or something, that'd be a problem.
Oh, hey, I should have had advantage on that time when I caught that disease. Oh
Yep.
well. Okay, so no. Can I spend for
Yeah, do.
4? Yeah. Because it is medicine, so I can. I still get a reroll potentially.
I made it to be used. The momentum I'm in.
It's just my fitness is real bad.
Well, you'll at least get a reroll.
Hey!
And reroll the
That's
0.
not terrible. Terrible is Sarissa having a 7 and something.
Oh no.
Wasn't it difficult 3?
I upped the difficulty.
He silently upped the difficulty and didn't say shit.
Sorry, I was looking. I spent the threat and was looking up the Denobian thing.
I mean, to be fair, I saw you spend it, and I was just waiting for someone to notice it.
I saw it too.
Well, I had my stuff pulled up in front because I was trying to desperately figure out. I mean, spending for a reroll won't, and I don't have anything because I already spent my determination.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think I have anything for resisting poison.
You can use a milestone and ask for the captain's determination.
I don't have any milestones, is what I'm getting at.
She's not been poisoned before.
Yeah.
Or rolled to resist being poisoned.
And even then, she'd have to roll a 1.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's a fail.
Unfortunate.
Because I think I spent the one in which I, quote unquote, killed Gran.
That involves drugs and injecting someone, so
yeah.
At this point, give me a fitness plus con roll as you feel somewhat dizzy. Difficulty of 1.
Oh, that's a great roll. Uh-huh.
That's like a 9, isn't it?
What'd you say, fitness con?
Yep, difficulty 1.
Yeah,
You're navigating the stairs, which suddenly became really hard to climb all of a sudden.
Okay, so I haven't resisted this, but I have resisted not losing my memories. Can I make which was a similar roll? Can I make a case for that?
I will have to say no.
I mean, she
I know what
is-
you're getting at. but
She's
no.
remembering her motor functions, which requires her to remember them.
God. Just
Mostly I
pass.
wanted to use it to spend for I'm a doctor, but
Roll low. Roll low.
Man, I
Drink
want-
your
yeah, I just
normal
need my
juice.
D&D rolls.
Yeah, drink your normal juice.
Oh, Jesus.
Not that
Well,
normal.
Well,
Well, you made it. So
I made it.
I'll just take the 2 threat because you're already bad off. I don't need to make it worse. You kind of, as you start climbing the stairs, the high court to enter, you kind of stumble for a second. This like the whole world just kind of shifted 45 degrees and then righted itself, and it's like, oh,
That's not normal. Okay.
and Varder, you can see that Efrix visibly half stumbled and because you were already in high security mode, so you kind of you kind of caught that.
Ifrix, and I kind of call out to her as he's walking this way and wave her over. Just kind of the general.
Her eyes are like clenched shut, and she's leant over, like in an attempt to be closer to the ground in case she falls.
Yeah, there's going to be a, steady her with an arm around hers and just start walking with her basically the way he needs to go. Just like, I can't upset them and we need to get Gren in there, but come with me, I can help you walk, kind of thing.
Something's wrong.
Yeah, particular Klingon was just staring at you intently. I am going to assume that, he's not a psionic, because that would be confusing. He did just tell me to keep
that's
my
better than fitness
nose out of
con.
my business. Yeah, control con. Assisted by Barter with control con as well, I'm guessing.
Yep. Because you're blending a shoulder.
I don't think I want
Okay. See if we get any momentum. We do.
Ooh.
Alright,
You're able to
Yeah.
make progress.
I'll just briefly talk to her about what I found with that body in terms of small, narrow knife, stab neurotoxin to stop him screaming.
think it's
That
10.
Klingon in particular telling me to keep my nose out of business before watching. So that seems pretty condemning for you. I need to go and get the escort for
Klingon
Brennan.
bumped into me, took my pad, had Mind wipe it. Myth wipe it.
Are you in a condition to scan yourself for poisons?
How many tricorders do I see when I open my eyes?
It's there, but it kind of you can see it in your holster, but it feels like the whole world's kind of swaying back, like you're at open
Mhm.
sea.
Yeah. Oh, that's nauseating. If I try to grab it, can I?
Yeah, you're
Like,
able to
it-
grab it.
Am I even coordinated enough to do that?
You're able to, but it takes concentration. You have to
Yeah.
you have to stop walking for a second to kind of focus on that.
Okay. Step 1. Step 2 is scan.
I'd be like, can Barter help by holding the tricorder steady for her?
What are you scanning again? Sorry.
Me.
See if she's been poisoned.
What the heck is wrong with me?
Because Ifrix being a friend of Barter, and them being pretty open with each other, I'm sure he can more or less psionically tell it's not mind fucking in the sense of someone didn't mess with your head silent without even needing to roll. I'm assuming.
Maybe spend both of our momentum and a threat.
Okay.
Using security.
Would xenoimmunology work this time?
It would now. Yep.
Or medical technology, since I'm using.
Yeah.
If you're going for it, can't be Xeno. You're scanning yourself. It's not. It's not foreign.
Can Varder use lead by example, given he's the one basically getting Efrix to do all of these things?
He'd have to be the main roller.
Damn it. I tried.
So, do take a threat though, GM.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because
glad
we
I
had to give you a threat in order to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got a reroll though, I think, Efrix.
Nice. 3 momentum.
That's true. 3 momentum gained. It would seem that you are suffering from a not fast acting, but a poison, neuropoison that will slow. That is, first symptom is intoxication or disorientation feeling. After another hour, it will make you feel tired, so your max stress will go down. That'll happen. You'll have to test again every hour until eventually you suffer from exhaustion, at which point you'll get incoherent, as if you were drunk, at which point you will fall asleep, and then you will die. As your neural system is just shutting down and getting disoriented.
Good. No, great. Okay. It's a weird day. So I'm poisoned.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe send her back up to the Kismet.
Don't have time.
I mean, Varder's just basically compiling a report on everything Efrix is saying as they go. It's just like, okay, this will be something useful for it. Someone just attempted to assassinate a witness.
Yeah, that is
In fact,
actually.
the assassination attempt is still ongoing because the poison is still in effect.
Here's your prisoner. You escorting him?
Appreciate it. Yes, I will be. And I would like to report an assassination attempt against this witness, Lieutenant Commander Efrix.
She kind of raises her hand and waves.
Give me present security difficulty 2 to add it to quickly report in a fast enough way that he doesn't get bored and just walk off, but you still get relevant information to him. So he's in the loop as much as you are.
In this case, lead by example?
Yes. Efrix, you can assist if you like.
I was gonna say, can I aid in being evidence?
Medicine.
With reason medicine, you could totally do that, yeah, because you're explaining what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 threat to momentum, why not? Because I want to make momentum, that's why.
I mean, do you want me to roll?
Do it.
Yeah.
What was the difficulty? 2?
2, yep.
4 momentum gained.
Yep.
We spent 2.
So.
We're up to 5.
Yep.
Awesome.
Can it be treated? And Grinny, you're there, like you're hearing this conversation. They're holding. They dragged you out of the garrison.
I haven't determined that yet.
She is our doctor. Varder to Kismet.
Kismet here.
We need a medical team to the city garrison. I am sure the Klingon Defense Force will not have an issue with our medical personnel going to treat Dr. Efrix. She's been poisoned.
Understood.
I'll go tell Dr. Nog.
You might be able to pull the relevant information from her scans from her tricorder.
You should
Very well.
take that with you if you're going. 'Cause
I'll-
You need to go because it's time.
We're
Yeah,
going,
I'll-
Efrix.
I'll talk with our I'll talk with the counselor and make sure that
No,
and-
I've got a report as he's typing it out.
yes, we'll prepare
Varder,
for.
there's information I had myths into you because the guy stole my pad.
Understood. Add
It's-
theft to that when you're coherent enough to speak clearly. Go
Yeah.
with the defense
But
force
it's
to that
got
doctor.
stuff. It's got stuff for the advocate.
I'll make sure he gets it.
Okay.
Brennan, with me.
I think I'm going to sit.
Right.
You're being taken to the doctor at some point, so.
Here, I'll take you.
Well, thanks.
And he hauls you off your feet and just
Oh, God.
carries you.
It's getting so much worse.
See, Varder not asking for permission to use their resources and just saying we're using your resources worked out a lot better.
Did Everett just basically go when she got picked up?
Okay, so it's gonna be Varder will basically hand on Grennan's shoulder, other hand on his phaser, and basically intimidate walk his way to the court if anyone's trying to bother them. Because he is at this point highly irritated. Someone trying to kill his friend. And his captain. He's less worried about the captain thing, more worried about the friend thing.
Aw. To be fair, we've known each other longer.
They've known each other for what? 4 or 5 years?
Something like that. Yeah.
Find that advocate as soon as is majorly possible.
We need to call for a deferment on Dr. Efrix's testimony.
Why?
Here's the reasons why she has been poisoned.
Someone tried to kill her.
And Barter will hold out the pad with both Efrix's relevant information and his quickly written up report on the incident.
Do you think she can be made well before the end of the day?
It's possible.
We will find out. Our doctors are currently being sent to the garrison, and she is being taken to the garrison's doctor as well.
Yeah,
But-
not if they give me blood wine. I'm gonna be down for the count.
But if it's on record that someone made an attempt on the witness's life, I think we can reasonably call for postponement to her specific testimony.
They also attempted to steal her evidence.
Well, there was another witness on the list. It says here a android.
That's the one. Myth.
All right, you get it down here. I'm getting a witness today because we do not need this on the second day of our trial.
Was
Right.
you directed at one of us? Was
Varder,
that directed at me?
Varder, I have no method of communication. You'll have to...
Barter to the Kismet.
Kismet here.
Myth, it appears you are going to be the witness for today while Efrix is down. If you can get down here alongside the medical team and make your way to the High Court.
Understandable. I'm on my way.
Thank you. Barter out.
Let's get into the chamber before they hold attempt.
Right.
And Grennan, until we know who did this, don't bring it up.
Okay.
Questioning an advocate's honor will get you in the dueling field.
Get me in the
Got it.
field.
I leave it in your hands.
And he marches ahead of you and he looks very... Well, he's a rather placid for a Klingon anyway, but you can tell just the way he's walking that he's not happy with how things are going right now.
Oh, I should mention it for the sake of mentioning it that Barter did hand off the forensic stuff that he got from that dead Klingon to the KDS guys when he was...
He seems to be looking over the pad and reading over it as he's...
Oh no, I was meaning the stuff regarding this guy to these guys.
Uh-oh.
At the time with Efrix. I just forgot to mention that.
Oh, you handed that off. Okay.
Yeah, because that's relevant to them.
but probably the TD or the pad with the stuff that
The pad with the
Okay.
stuff has gone this guy as well, yeah. The pad with the relevant him information, trial information. From...
that we found.
Yep.
Which he may or may not care about. He may already know those things. about the houses and
Well, there
stuff.
was also the
But,
other
you
stuff
know.
that he asked you for, like the ship
Oh,
name
I
that
gave him that.
witnessed the destruction.
I sent him that.
Oh, I thought that was on the pad coming down. Never mind. Either way,
You've seen?
there's a lot of evidence we've got. There's so much of it.
Whether any of it helps. is-
Pend, give me reason security difficulty 2.
I was trying to tell people about you, Pinned, I swear.
It's fine. Operative or survival?
I'll take survival.
Take a threat.
No kidding though. Like when he said someone bumped into you, Efrix, I like immediately knew. Oh no, someone just poisoned her.
I mean, I fully expected something to be missing.
Pen, do you find the remains of what looks to be what was a campsite that was settled in such a way that you recognize as a sort of Starfleet security style shelter? It uses the elements, but there's certain things you do that is suggested to be done at the academy, and things you just know for having been at space and on weird worlds enough. The camp has been abandoned for about 6 days, and it would seem there are signs of a struggle. No carbon marking, but you can see that things are knocked around. The tent is the makeshift tent has been disrupted, and anything that could contain something and various rocks seem to be kicked over or tossed or emptied out, ransacked. It's a mess.
Does there appear to be any tracks leading from the campsite?
For momentum, I can answer that.
Sure.
They seem to lead into the mountains.
Well, I'm heading into the mountains then.
The tracks come to a dead end at a rock face.
Pen, looks like you're climbing again.
Yay! Before I start climbing, is it possible for me to look along this rock face for any hidden entrances?
Insight science difficulty 2.
Take a momentum, because science isn't your bold thing.
No, I'm rocking a total of 10 here.
Rocking.
Haha, rocking.
Yes, you're welcome.
God, hate you all.
And yet we're still here.
Yeah. Former operative as a focus. I'm looking for hidden.
No,
I suppose.
not in this case.
Survival.
Yes. There's actually a very specific talent to be super helpful right now, but it would be only helpful in this instance.
Yeah, unfortunately,
I
I'm
was
not
gonna say-
that type of player.
Just say. I think I might know what you're talking about.
Klingon culture?
No.
I
It's
forget
not
what
a
the
talent.
talent. I forget what the talent is.
Which town?
It would seem when you look at the rock face, you don't see any hidden entrance. Was once a cave mouth that has been collapsed. But it's been rather thoroughly done. So it at first glance it looked like it was just part of the rock face. But when you look at it, you're like, wait a minute, that doesn't right. That doesn't match the surrounding rock face. That looks like what was an entrance into a cave, and it's been sealed in.
Phaser time.
Before I start shooting it, does it feel solid or is this a hologram?
It feels solid.
And breaching rounds it is. I'm shooting an entrance that's collapsed.
I will note that the entrance is about, or the what would seem to be entrance is about. Trying to give you a good measurement here. It's not small. Some 2 meters high and some 4 meters wide.
Would I
Like it's a
be-
big.
Yeah.
Well, the question is, how deep is it?
Hard to say because he's noticed this with his eyeballs and that doesn't match everything else.
Would I be able to pinpoint areas within the 2 meter radius where placed shots would have the most effect? Like if I do a spread shot and aim for these very specific points, it would have a bigger effect.
It would be. Actually, it would be a. It'd be either insight or reason. You're either scanning it or you're kind of eyeballing. Reason or insight plus science, difficulty 2 to find the weak points ahead of time.
Well, both of those rolls are a 10.
Or you can attempt a daring security difficulty 3, comp 5, and hope nothing falls on you. Because you could just shoot and hope nothing bad happens. But if you scan, you get rid of the complication.
I'd at least try the scan.
Yeah, I'll try this scan because, like I said, unfortunately, daring is even worse.
Like,
if you make the roll, it can turn into control because then I'm shooting for that rock. I'm shooting for that rock.
Yeah.
Daring is like, I'll take my chances. Let's hope nothing bad happens.
Want to take a momentum?
Yeah, I was half thinking of maybe I just spend a determination to hit it.
Yeah, if you want to spend your determination.
Yeah, I might have to. Can I spend my determination for either mission directive or prove I'm the best?
Threw out the handbook and wrote my own.
Yeah.
Actually, this is in the handbook. This is a scenario in the survival.
Well, if I go with prove I'm the best, I'll be doing the insight way, eyeballing it.
Prove I'm the best. Yeah, I'll take that.
Sidearm, oh no. Yeah, sidearms or former operative focus, because I'm specifically looking to use my weapon for tactical weaknesses.
I'm more looking for like geology, xenoplanetology,
Yeah, I don't know.
structural engineering, stuff like that.
That's 4 successes.
So 2 momentum.
Okay. Yeah, so you've now turned it into a control security roll difficulty 3. It would be base 2, but you're aiming for certain things. But the complication's 1 because you know what you're shooting at, and you know how far back you probably want to stand in case you screw this up.
Yeah, so I'll obviously be doing this spread to cover the entire face.
You won't want to. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna check something real quick.
Well, like the 2 meter radius, I'd be trying to hit each of the individual points.
Or
is it area?
It'd be area because you can't do it. Spread's a different thing. But I'm gonna check something. It is. We'll roll this many. We'll roll that many just to make my life easy. I'm creating a random number. So there are 3 shatter points or key points that will bring it down. If you do an area, you either have to do 3 tests of div 3 of just hit that rock, hit that rock, or hit that rock. Or if you do an area attack, you hit the base difficulty. That base difficulty will say I hit at least one of them. If you get any effects in the damage roll, because you still need to blow the rock up. If you get any effects in the damage roll, for each effect, that's an extra rock.
Okay.
So if you get more than 2 effects in the roll, you'll hit more rocks than you do, and that turns into it. That may make a bad thing happen, or it might help, but you don't know. You know that you need to hit those 3.
That's fair.
How many rocks will destabilize it, make it worse? That you're not a geologist, but
We'll take a threat so I can proc bold.
okay. So are you doing the area attack, or are you just are you doing 1 rock?
I'll do the area.
Okay. So someone's out in the middle of friggin' nowhere firing a energy weapon into a rock face.
I'll spend 2 momentum as well. Or
Yeah, I was
extra
gonna
hit.
say.
Sounds like Klingon target practice to me.
It does. On any other world, this would be weird, and their security forces would be all kinds of alarmed. Here, it's like, that's not.
I'll take it.
Yep, you hit. Roll damage.
I'll reroll 5.
Piercing will help, actually.
Hey,
Isn't that exactly what you needed?
Yeah.
Actually, you hit 1 extra rock.
Oh.
But that just means I roll a challenge. You hit 1 extra rock, so I just roll a challenge to see if that was a rock that was important. If I get a delta, it was important, and this is a bad thing. If it's anything else, don't worry about it. Well, that's a problem.
Can I spend momentum to make you reroll?
Unfortunately, no. You fire at the rocks, and it starts collapsing, and you kind of step back because you don't want to be hit by falling rocks. And then more rocks seem to collapse from the ceiling and fill up the hole that you were trying to create. So you have to do it again.
God damn it.
Oh, fuck it.
On the plus side, you weren't hurt, and you do know that your weapon will vaporize rocks, so there's that.
Yeah, it seems like I'm doing it again then.
There's only 1 shatter point this time.
So I just need to hit it normally.
Just
Yeah.
yeah. No need for area or anything.
Yeah. So it's a diff 3 again.
Yes.
Take 1 threat for bold.
Nice. You gain a momentum.
Gain a momentum, roll damage. And that's enough. You're able to fire at that last rock, which seemed to be near a good chunk of the good top half of it gets kind of falls away, and you don't see more ceiling fall in to replace it. You can kind of climb into the cavern.
Yes, I will carefully climb into the hidden cavern on the Klingon world.
Turn on the little shoulder lamp.
What shoulder lamp? He's in regular clothes.
Yeah, I'm in civvies.
Oh, that's right.
Calorite civil even clothes come with an inbuilt shoulder lamp, didn't you know?
I'll spend a momentum.
It's in one of the comic books.
Yeah.
Survival focus?
Yep, because you're climbing. You're trying not to lose your footing or get stuck. Yeah, you're fine. You climb in across the barrier. Bit of light where you are. However, you do not immediately see the rear admiral or any Klingons.
Is it?
The passageway seems to keep going though.
Well, that's just what I say. Is it a single passageway or is it an open space?
It seems to be actually. That's why I like using this. There's a main chamber that this rock that you're in, and then there's 2 pathways to the left and right, branching away from this way.
Does one of them seem more used?
Insight security difficulty of 2.
Take 1 threat.
Sure.
Survival or former operative?
Survival.
Yes, I'd assume survival. This is looking for...
Former operative could be, but it's the thing I'm looking for. It
I'll
sounds like a
reroll
survival.
one.
Whoops. I'm out of coffee. Darn. Oh well.
Well, it's difficulty 2 anyway.
It would seem to be it goes to the left. Is the more used path. The right one looks a lot more dusty.
Would I be able to give you a momentum to see if I could see a human's footprints in here?
For momentum, I'll answer that, yeah. 4 humanoids went that way.
But,
One of them being dragged.
yeah, that's the way I'm going then.
Quick check in with you, Aran. The day wanes on. Anything you do at the embassy in particular or on the planet?
Not really. I'm looking over the case and trying to stay out of trouble.
Someone in the security branch, one of the security officers at the embassy lets you know that some KDF people were asking for you, but you're not required to leave the embassy if you don't want, because if they want you as a Federation citizen to leave the building, they need a warrant, like an extradition order. But they're letting you know, just so you know, if you leave the building, the KDF may pull you in for questioning.
I've nothing to hide, really. Could I have some legal representation? I'll go to them willingly.
Sure. I can even roll for me. Insight con difficulty of 2 to have an idea of what would be the better move for you legal wise. Like what gets you the better position?
Does the research work, given the fact that I've looked over the case?
Yeah, and you probably had some time to look over Klingon law in the last while.
Cool. They teleport.
It would seem the safest spot for you, so they don't just haul you off into the garrison and interrogate you in there, is to invite them into the embassy, at which point they're in Federation territory. If they want to ask you questions with the security guard nearby, yeah, they can totally do that because you're cooperating. And if they try to take you, that's attempting to kidnap a Federation citizen from Federation territory. If you go outside, they might just grab you and haul you off.
Let's do the first one.
Reluctantly, the security lets them know that they can come inside. The security guard gets a nice little office for the 4 sit down. They even go through the extra effort of bringing along another security person just to keep an eye on them.
That's nice. I hear you have some questions, Phil.
Yes. Were you at the Targ's Fur last night?
I was.
What were you doing there?
Drinking and flirting with cute Klingons.
Do you have any enemies here? Rivals?
Not unless another Daystrom fellow is here.
Daystrom
Well, I
fellow.
mean, technically,
Shush.
technically, there's one coming down, but
Shush. No, I don't think I have any enemies here.
Daystrom Institute is a scientific academy. or university of sorts? Oh,
I teach engineering, and currently I'm taking a minor in temporal mechanics.
do you manufacture weapons? One of the security guys
In
rolls
my
his
free time.
eyes.
I manufacture watches in my free time.
Watches.
It's an outdated time and measurement let's see here, apparatus.
Give me presence plus commander security, either way. Difficulty 2 to kind of get these Klingons to basically just believe you. Like they'll ask you more questions, but a lot of the answers are, I don't remember. I woke up here. You know, it's like, dude, there's not a whole lot I can tell you. I was drunk, man. What do you want?
Lead by example or temporal mechanics?
I'll actually take lead by example because you willingly let them question you.
Cool.
Do you know one Klingon by the name of Chikora?
I can't say that ring a bell.
Were you at the Tarks for yesterday morning?
Yesterday morning?
Yes.
I believe I had I believe I was at the hearing for Captain Grennan.
What do you think Mr. Ron has done exactly? Says one security guy. I
That's
think
a
we're
very
done
good
here.
Hold on. No, he poses a very good. If you're questioning me, I would like to know what it's all about.
Give me presence command difficulty 2. They
My
they
right
really
as a Federation citizen. It's my right.
This is a Klingon world. They just don't want to tell you.
Well, we're in a Federation embassy.
That is the role. That is the explanation you could probably give them, like pressuring them into like, hey, tell me.
What was the role?
Presence command.
Do I have any focuses that apply?
That's a good question. Yeah, if this was like if this was a Starfleet guy, it'd be like diff 1 or diff 0, because yeah, they have to. If they're questioning, they have to explain why they're doing it. Klingon guys like, we don't. Do we have to? He's like, technically, no, but technically yes. So, you could just storm out of the building. It's like, yeah, that doesn't look good.
I don't have a focus that applies, I think.
No, I don't think so either. They get kind of Klingon-y, to put it mildly. They rebuff the reminders that they have that they're on Federation territory, that they're questioning a Federation citizen. Even the security guy who's with you is also upset too, because they're like, "What the heck's going on?" Like, and actually,
oh yeah,
Mr. Ron, would you like the ambassador to be involved? Says one of the security guards to you.
Ron looks at him. And goes like, well, unless we can solve this now, then I guess it's an idea to bring the ambassador into this.
The Klingons look over, and they look worried. For 2 momentum, you can request the ambassador, the Federation ambassador with the Klingons, to come in and muscle these guys a bit for you.
Is it still Worf?
It is Worf, but it's son of Dakar of Hel's Tilp. He just happens to have the same first name.
Okay.
He's not. He gets very upset with you.
I'm sure he gets that all the time.
Well, and unless you're willing to tell me, then yes, please bring the ambassador in here.
That's 2 momentum spent. A very annoyed ambassador storms into the room. Why are you interrogating a Federation citizen? Why am I being brought into this? Are you charging them or not? Don't look to him. Look at me. You're in a Federation facility talking to a Federation citizen, demanding answers. Now, unless we happen to be at war for some reason, I think you owe them an answer. Well, we should probably talk to our commander. Oh, I see. Apparently you're not acting on your own. He sent you here. Well, no, it was our investigation. Oh, so you're deciding to harass a Federation citizen on your own. No, look. A Klingon was murdered this morning. See? That's all you have to say.
That's terrible. I hope his family is fine. Well, if there's nothing more, officers, I'd like to return to my day.
Actually, I think you're done with your questions. I think the citizen gets to go about his merry way, and you don't return without your commander. Unless you wish to talk to them of your own free volition. But you're not required to talk to them. He folds his arms and stares at the 2 very scared-looking soldiers now that realize they're by star how screwed they are right now.
Well, I believe I have a cup of tea waiting for me. It's probably cold by now. Ambassador, would you like to join me for tea?
I certainly will. Security, escort these 2 out.
I like how aggressively he said that.
And out into the street they go.
Yes, I would like tea. You can give it to me.
Thank you for joining me. I know you're a busy person and that you have other duties. I will not keep you for long.
It's fine. It's part of why I'm here, to make sure visitors don't get harassed by the KDF. Junior officers get run out of answers. Sometimes they poke their nose in here hoping to get lucky.
Well, I'm glad that you came to my rescue. Any specific kind of tea? I think we can cut there.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Your death.
Blood wine flavored tea. Or prune juice.
Prune juice.
Prune tea.
Dorian drink.
Efrix, we'll do at least one check to see if you can work against your poison.
Well, okay.
Have any of our shipboard medical personnel gotten down to help? Or is this before that can happen?
It will cost 1 momentum to have a medical team come down, unless you're bringing a crew. Actually, you could probably send a crew support to that. Now that I think about it.
Do you want a crew support for that, Efrix, or like an actual character or a team?
You can either way. You can do it. It just eats the crew support for the rest of the session, which
Yeah.
I said it might as well just be a team to help the Klingon doctor.
Yeah, probably. I'm the specialist in
Yeah.
immunology and shit, so
So it's just your team. And they're like, oh.
You are looking at you do have a medical team. Their medical facilities are, well, they're better than being out in the street, so there's that.
yeah.
You can either have the Klingon doctor roll with your team's assistance, and hopefully he doesn't screw this up, or you can direct your team to help you. But that increases complication because you're walking them through treating you, and you're kind of treating yourself at the same time.
Mm-hmm. How much is it going to increase complication?
It's going to bring it up to 2.
Okay.
Well, sorry, it's bringing it. Forgot to mention this. It's going to be comp 2 anyway because you're in not great facilities, and then it's going to be brought up to comp 3 if you're treating yourself. It's treating yourself in an unfamiliar setting.
So I remember his medicine is only like a 3. It might be better to try and treat myself.
It will be, since you're treating your, it'll be control medicine.
Okay.
Difficulty currently at 4.
Okay.
To get rid of this disease, just to give you an idea, you need to at least succeed at this roll twice.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
that's
will
correct.
Spend.
Yes.
Um.
And if you fail the roll, it gets your condition gets worse and it gets more
Yeah.
difficult to treat.
Do I spend 2 and 1?
Ow.
Yeah, I am. I was just looking to see what triage gave me, but that doesn't help me in treating myself multiple times. It just if somebody else is poisoned.
I heal myself multiple times.
I need to figure out the right order of who to heal first. Myself, or myself.
Me, myself, or I.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, with triage, I can treat all 3 of me.
I have 2 guns, 1 for each.
Okay.
To do emergency medicine
I will take it.
or xenoimmunology. Because
That one, I'll
my
definitely
team is probably not full of. Ooh, I don't think doctor's orders actually helps me. No, because I'm not making a command roll.
God.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay. Reroll. So there's that.
and were you, well, I'll presume you were bringing the difficulty because you have the team with you. The team brings down either the complication or the
Oh,
speed
yeah.
by 1. So presumably it was
Yeah,
difficulty.
Yeah, since I still had my comp at 3.
Yeah. So yep, you've succeeded at least once. You must succeed at least 1 more time.
Okay. Does the comp go down because I succeeded 1 time?
Comp and diff stays the same.
Okay.
What was it before? A diff 4?
Diff 4, yep.
Okay.
But it's down to.
Nice.
Succeeding
could-
means that it doesn't go up.
It was a diff,
Yeah.
which means it went down to a diff 3, so we got 1
Yeah.
momentum from
Right.
that?
Yep. Yeah, they gave it because I spent the 2
Okay,
that we
nice.
had before.
Nice.
I guess I'll spend 1 and 1 momentum and 2 threat.
2 threat. 2 threat. New York City. Anyway.
Oh shit.
Well, that's a roll.
Doctor.
Well, let's see. Maybe I'll get something. A miracle.
A miracle.
Well, I succeeded.
You passed.
Rex.
Yep, I sure did.
I mean, do you have a milestone for treating diseases?
This is poison.
I don't think it would matter.
I'm just getting 2 move threat, so. You are
That's
treating a
not
disease.
great knowing what we're going into, but yeah.
But yes, over the course of what amounts to
And those were both 20s. It wasn't because of the increased complication.
God,
Yeah.
Why can't I roll like that when I play D&D?
Because I do.
Shut up, man.
I do.
that took 2 hours to treat. Just so you know, but otherwise you will between your crew helping you treating yourself and using the tools at hand plus what's in the med kits, mostly what was in the med kits. You use their highly advanced flat surface and biobeds. They actually did have biobeds and stuff. It's just rudimentary in comparison to what you're used to.
Klingons don't seem to highly value medical technology, so they're a little bit behind on that.
I apologize to everyone in the hearing for giving the GM so much crap.
Mwah.
Best time.
Oh my god.
Today, I would like to focus on certain matters. Today, I would like to address how the cowardly captain here continued to aid our enemies. And he just goes into a spiel once again, because that's what he does. Currently, how many pieces of evidence have you brought in today? Just so I want to make sure I don't lose track.
At the end of yesterday, we were already at resistance 0. Well, last session we were already at resistance 0.
Oh,
And
new
we
day. He's moving the argument.
And then today we brought in
The ship
What
name
Myth
he was
had?
looking for. Well, because we gave him stuff at the end of the session, so that didn't count towards that
Right.
days. It counts towards today's. So there was the ship name, the like all of our like official records, and specifically all of our dealings with positive dealings with Klingons after the fall of the Moth incident. Were the things that I looked up and had prepared for him. And then the stuff that Myth had also.
it was also, I think, our encounter with the Klingons, the other Klingons using Kalkit weaponry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and wouldn't it also come out, would it have come to our attention of the Hadfields thing?
Which Hadfields thing?
The encounter at Endon's Landing?
Yes. So
that
even if
could
we
be-
don't,
that could be brought up, yeah.
okay, even if not today, something that can be read up on.
There's a couple things.
So, firstly, after some discussion and Myth having beamed down and Kakaro having to make a sort of very quick change of his witness because he was a doctor today, not the android, but he has witness today, so he's going to go with it. How is the android being entered into evidence, or are we going to appeal to its how well acknowledged and its reputation among Starfleet?
I mean, I'd let Myth, if Myth had an opportunity to talk to Kakaro, I'd be willing to let Myth put forward how they want to be entered in. But at the end of the day, Kakaro is the one who will be pleading to the court how they wish Myth to be entered. So,
Right, so Myth shouldn't decide. Got it. It is a machine after all. I know what you're saying.
Twice.
But how would Myth, because Kakaro would ask for clarification to kind of prepare you a bit, and then he's, in short, he would ask, in what manner are you being entered? Are you testifying?
Myth?
Myth?
Shoot, my mic was muted. I had a whole thing and I said it. Loves when that happens.
Y'all.
I was wondering why he was strangely quiet. All right. So what she says is, do you believe that one would be more effective than the other? If entering in as evidence would be more advantageous for the captain, I will submit to the indignity.
The two ways it would go. If you testify, then the advocate Enki will cross-examine you and question you. If you're entered in as a piece of equipment, as evidence, then he will have to have you examined by his specialists to ensure that you haven't been tampered with by myself or by the captain. So he would say the captain, he'd say Grennan. We usually refer to him by rank right now. The least argumentative way, because as far as I can tell, you are not modified, nor does Grennan seem to be someone who would modify you, and your ship is known for being, among even your own people, as somewhat reckless. They are not known for disrespecting its crew.
Indeed.
Or its equipment. But if he questions you, you'll have to debate with him.
Oh, that's your favorite.
Oh yeah,
that's Smith's favorite.
That makes some choice right there. She's like, oh yeah.
So if you have social algorithms of some kind that can, you believe will defend you from his barbs, then I can lead you in as best I can, but you will have to and his queries. And he will not address you on the facts of the matter, address you on the heart of the matter.
The heart of the matter?
The emotional component of the matter.
I do not believe I am adequately equipped to understand human emotions or Klingon emotions, for that matter. If a irrational debate is to be had, I suspect I would not prove a very understanding adversary.
And the moment he notices that, he will press that advantage.
So a logical debate is not in the manner of this court?
It should be. And I would open up with the truth, the facts, that if he finds the facts are against him too strongly, he will appeal to the axiom of the heart of Klingon law is in the Klingon hearts rather than in the words written.
How incredibly illogical.
Illogical or not, that is the law as decreed by the Emperor and is guided by Kahless. Even if modern jurors know better.
Are you aware of what this technological examination would entail? I do contain multiple sensitive instruments that I would not wish to be tampered with.
They understand robotics to some degree. We do, I should say. And they will, at my insistence, I'll have them plug you into a computer and they will simply examine your code for tampering. And I will be sure to stand... Oh, go ahead.
I'm afraid a direct interface is highly illegal in what would be analogous in organics, so I will not submit to that.
Then you face him on the field of words.
Unfortunately.
I'll do what I can, android. I do not enjoy an unfair fight.
Nor do I.
Kakaro whispers, in short, what the problem is. It's like, well, we could do this, we could do that, but one is a very unfair fight, and one is, according to your android, is something that would be abhorrent to her, if not illegal normally in Federation space, so...
Then I guess we go with the unfair fight.
The witness I would like to bring forth... You have a witness? Yes. What witness is this? The doctor? No. If you had checked the register, you would know that the doctor has been set aside for suspect circumstances. He kind of looks at the magistrate and then looks at Anki, like he's being very careful how he's saying that. I believe the doctor will testify to those effects tomorrow. I was not informed of this. You just have. You step back from the advocate. Bang, bang, and he kind of backs right off. Some Klingon guards that seem to be nearby start closing in as if they're ready to start pulling him away. He starts backing off like he's like Kakaro's on fire. Magistrate. Imperial Magistrate. I would like to summon my witness now. Proceed. I summon forth the crew member of the Kismet known as Lieutenant Myth, otherwise known as an android. a robot, a piece of equipment. Silence. Like Hikaru looks like he's gonna say something, and the match yells up. Didn't have to do anything. Backs off. The chief science officer as the Kismet. Myth, you're guided out into the floor.
Mm-hmm.
You see, you are being stared at by the 2 rows of Klingons staring down at you.
Yes, and if she had an emotion chip, I'm sure that would be concerning.
Anki kind of sneers over at you. Like, this is funny that this is being done. Hikaru looks annoyed at the staring, like, oh, this is what I have to deal with. Madge looks half asleep because, you know, that's what he normally looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Lieutenant Myth, would you please elaborate on your accomplishments for the record?
Very well. And she starts with stealth assembly date and lists out the star date. Constructed this body and instructed the installation of the positronic brain. Graduated, Daystrom Institute, blah, 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 blah. It goes on for a bit.
Normally you'd have the computer reading off this stuff, but well.
Now, roll for me
Peter's on vacation.
2 reputation dice.
Ooh,
Ooh.
Oh.
interesting.
We know my luck with these.
Actually, you get to roll 3 because you're a Daystrom Fellow, so you actually have an achievement attached to your name. Do you have any medals?
Yes.
How many?
I have 3 medals.
Add 3 more, so 1, 2, 3. Add that is 6 challenge dice.
You have to roll 5 and then 1.
Didn't you say reputation?
Yeah, it's a reputation roll.
Yeah, you just said challenge dice.
Well, oh, sorry, reputation. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, brain. 6 reputation dice.
Oh no.
See, this is my luck with reputation dice.
I
What
mean,
is
it
your
could be
reputation
worse.
at right now?
9.
Oh, that's why the
Oh.
10 didn't hit.
All
And
right.
you have one more because you rolled 6.
Yep, rolling one more. Oh,
Oh.
didn't just.
It didn't just.
That's
That's where the
That's not
successes
enough.
were.
Now here's where it gets weird. Kikero starts hearing you recite it, and he kind of looks around the room. The magistrate, he looks at Anki, looks at the crowd, and he kind of walks over to you as Smith continues to recite her CV in full.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you, as a captain, and he looks at Varder, who as well as her shipmate, may be able to put your reputations on the line to. What we're trying to do here is trying to get these Klingons of mine to understand this is a person we're respecting. Even if they are not considered a person,
People
our
want the
society
captain
does
of the world.
recognize people who are respected by others.
That'll have to be Varder because my reputation is trash.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, I'll do it.
Yeah, 'cause she's listing off a bunch of scientific accomplishments.
Varder could list off a bunch of combat accomplishments, some of which were valid because of her, or possible. because-
Yes.
God.
Now,
Ouch, myth.
unfortunately, this just means that what this means is that you actually, here's the thing, you're not even rolling reputation, guys. You can spend one of your reputation to give Myth another die to roll.
Oh boy.
I remember a time when she did this cool thing. It's basically what he's getting you to do, and then Myth has to. The problem is Myth still has to explain from her point of view how cool that was.
Yeah, and she's kind of dry in her portrayal, generously.
I'm sorry. I'm not giving you any reputation. I am at 3.
That's fine.
Yeah, I've got 10 more than Grennan, so I can.
How many cool, interesting tales about Myth are you going to tell? How much reputation are you giving Myth to roll?
I could give up. I was gonna say I could do 3.
Oh, okay, sure.
I mean, what the Legion of Honor was for, if I remember correctly, that was for the Archon, which she was part of the scientific team that discovered a solution or a cause for a military expedition that would not have been possible without. I probably shouldn't mention the time we were on Cronus and attacked a place, but I got a medal for that anyway.
Kakaro goes, no. Tell that story. You got
Okay.
the beat very mighty Klingons. One battle. That's a good
Mighty
story.
Klingons, great. Yeah, I'll mention that one then. She actually- and what was the other one? The ship-to-ship combat where her detailed scans of the opposing vessel allowed us to eliminate the threat posed to us.
Oh, that's 3 extra reputation dice you get to roll there, Myth.
I'm at a flat 10 now. I hope you're
Now, can we just count the next 3 that I had already rolled?
No.
Oh.
First time I've rolled positive reputation in like 3 months,
Fear.
and it was invalid.
I believe in you. You're my friend.
Yeah. Rolling 3. Fuck.
That was a 10, though. Oh, you're at a 9. Fuck.
I'm at 9, yeah.
Do you have any determination left?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes, I
I'm
do.
sorry. I need to save my reputation for. I need to save my determination for.
You're
Right.
testifying for this guy, just so you know.
Yeah, can I spend my determination to reroll reputation?
You can spend it as to create the advantage that you just insist that you deserve to be recognized. You just keep at it until eventually Anki stops caring and just lets it happen.
Relentless.
Because your average android wouldn't care. Eventually, they just give up. But you're going to be that android that's like, no, I am not leaving this podium. I'm going to testify.
That's in character. Yeah,
Yeah.
she goes on a kind of a rant about them not receiving testimony from her as a sentient being.
To what
Ah.
value?
Let's see.
Relentless progress means relentless improvement. You're being so relentless about this.
Yeah, either that or the sentience is a gift one.
Which one would you like to activate? I'm going to ask you for a speech here in a second, related to
boy.
that one. Yep. Don't worry, it counts as a rally roll.
Yeah. I think she's taking the sentience as a gift one. That route.
Okay. Roll for me. Presence plus command, difficulty 0.
Oh boy.
That's like,
Presence command. It's a total of a 9, y'all.
because of Varder's assistance, him doing that, can he actually do an assist roll?
Sure, he starts chiming in.
Present security, I'm guessing.
Do you need me to come there and hype up?
Actually, even though I didn't give any specific examples, would I be able to assist with my presence command as her commanding officer?
No, because you didn't tell any stories.
Damn it.
Because you oddly don't talk up your own officer, so you'll undercut her.
Right. All right.
Yep, that's fine.
Presence command. Rolling 2.
And it's presence command for you as well, Varder, because
Okay.
it's more trying to get these people to.
That's fine.
It does kind of make sense that you wouldn't talk her up, though, Grennan, because they hate you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like I can't say anything.
I got 1 success.
Hey,
I helped.
God,
This is much better than I was expecting.
that was a mess.
Myth, the floor is yours.
Wow. What am I doing with the floor?
Cleaning it.
The
Oh,
Klingons
I
are
see.
staring at
This
you.
is what we do with.
They
what we do
hand
with
you a
robots.
mop.
It's hers to give a speech.
Yep.
Just clarification. Phew. Okay. What am I giving a speech on?
You look in the faces, and you may not be emotional, but you can tell that they're not listening. They're tuning you out. Varder's talking about all these accomplishments you've done, and they're tuning him out. And the only people who seem to be paying any attention to you is the magistrate, because he has to, Kakaro, because he wants this to work, and of course your crewmates who were there.
Mm-hmm. I refuse to be silenced by the oppressions of this system that does not grant me the rights exercised by every biochemical monstrosity that's in this room. She starts off with an insult to them.
Rah! They start banging their staffs like they're trying to drown you out.
Uh-huh. I demand to be heard by this court as a sentient being, given the same basic rights as every organic in this quadrant. And I will stand on this podium until I am given the ability to speak here.
Ah! The machine's gone haywire!
And then she ratchets up her volume and says, booming, I will drown you out if I must.
Varder, is there anything you would like to throw in on that? I
Once
just
stop
see
laughing. I'm sorry, that image of just Myth turning up the volume.
Yeah. It's like a little dial on her neck or something. You know?
Mine goes to 11.
And like she's still speaking with the same intonation. She's not shouting. She's just louder.
Regardless of her origins, she has proven herself and her valor countless times alongside Klingons and against them.
My team was instrumental in defeating Jem'Hadar Shrouds near the end of the Dominion War, which saved countless Klingon lives. And yet, you refuse to hear me speak here.
Neat.
What a Chad.
What a Chad.
Actually, you gained 3 momentum, technically. Sorry. As Anki looked like, as you're talking, it looks like he was gonna walk up and like do something, and Kikara just stepped right to his way. As you're talking,
Turn your volume down.
Oh yeah, after the drown them out thing, she went back to more normal volume. You know, enough to still be heard.
Are you so frightened of the truth that you would silence it? Ah, let it talk. Kikara looks up at the Imperial Magistrate. Speak.
Thank you. Then I assume I'm being examined by the person here.
Lieutenant Myth, your captain stands accused of a variety of crimes, some of which we have covered previously. However, it is my understanding that you have come across some evidence that would that could possibly exonerate your captain. Would you please explain to the court what you found?
Very well. GM, what specific stuff are you talking about?
The things you scanned for that your character provided for as evidence. Either yesterday, last session, or actually weren't here for last session, but
Yeah, I wasn't here last session, so any evidence that I provided, I don't remember.
Yeah.
She didn't. I made the rolls.
Oh. You're explaining someone else's. Oh, you can't explain that. Well, you could. Give me presence plus science or medicine difficulty 2.
Right.
To kind of to translate it into to get the jargon out and explain it in a way the court understands.
Want to spend a momentum?
Yes. Rolling present science. 3 of them.
I used science to uncover most of it, so
Yeah.
Right.
And
And then, do I have a focus here?
research?
Maybe?
At complication, because you're basically going over, you're explaining someone else's.
All right.
I'd do it, because you have a reroll.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Ooh, you could even use your Cochrane Medal of Excellence here.
No, I can't, because that requires me to spend a point of determination.
Oh, yes, it does.
So what I could do is I could spend a milestone, probably. I'm seeing if I have one that relates to this. I do not.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right. Rolling 3.
What was the difficulty?
2.
Reroll
And you get a reroll.
1. Hey.
Get that momentum back. Not bad.
You're able to explain the evidence, and like Kakaro kind of keeps it very, because he's kind of clued in based on your speech making, how you think, and when he talked to you earlier. So he keeps the questions very factual and explain this. What does that mean? What does that mean? It's like he is talking to you like you would a computer, but he seems to have a very casual, like he's used to doing. So he's not thrown. Anki keeps looking like he looks very pleased with himself until he looks up in the crowd and notices no one's really drowning you out anymore. Some Klingons are stroking their beards. Some of the ladies are kind of whispering to each other. Magistrate's paying very close attention, like he's not lost. He's understanding what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And then Anki looks a lot less amused with the situation.
Oh no, the robot knows how to make a good presentation. Oh no.
Oh, if only I had the baffling briefings. The exact opposite of that.
Oh right, that's a thing.
Lieutenant Myth, the court and myself appreciates your time. He steps back. Advocate Anki. Yes. Proceed. He motions like he's like, hurry up. Ah, yes, of course. He waves at the crowd. The crowd kind of looks at him like, almost like they're all, that look of, well, go on.
Get on with it.
Do a cool speech or something. Oops, he wouldn't go that way. Lieutenant Myth.
Advocate Enki.
As an android, it is...
Yeah, you cut out there for a second.
It's possible you could have a mechanical fault, correct? As an android?
My self-diagnosis would have highlighted it.
I see. And what diagnosis your diagnosis process?
Secondary redundant systems.
And who checked those?
My engineer, Lieutenant Vata.
Aha! So a member of your crew has to check the veracity of your systems. Therefore, and that's the line of question. He doesn't question you on anything to do with your testimony. He tries to undermine the fact that, well, you could be broke. And you have to explain to him, no, that's not how that works. No, crowd, don't listen to him. He's that's not how that works. So
Advocate Enki.
Mhm.
When was the last time you went to your doctor?
Ooh.
You could have any number of neural parasites affecting you at this very moment.
Yes, but I am not a machine.
In fact, you are. You simply arose out of different mechanisms than I did.
Give me, he's going to attempt, you're doing presence science, actually, or medicine. He's doing presence command.
Yeah.
That was
I love it.
fantastic. That was great.
All right. For this one,
I'm just gonna spend a bunch of dice right now.
I am
Based on
spending
the
a
efforts has
milestone.
this on a pad. It is just like cheering in the middle of Garrison.
All right, I'd like to spend one of my AI milestones
Hang on. That's not it.
Okay.
towards the this whole situation is very much just because it hasn't done before doesn't mean I can't do it.
Yeah, you're probably the first android to actually testify in open court.
Yeah, and
As a
I'm
real person.
I'm applying my Cochrane Medal of Excellence, so I have 4 free successes.
Cool. So he's going to spend toward the value. The Klingon heart is the seat of its law. I'm not going to let you use your fancy science words. We know the truth.
Mhm.
Guys, the Kismet Discord.
Mhm.
I see.
All right. And then I'm rolling present science. I will spend the momentum we have.
Go for it.
Rolling 4.
Man.
Oh, actually, have one more threat back because that first die was automatically rolled because he spent for determination. Duh.
Right.
Not that he can do anything with that 2 threat that he has left because he threw everything he had. That's as good as
All
he's
right.
going to get.
I am rolling 4.
Oh!
He can re-roll one of those because he's being
And
sophist.
you have the double crit range, don't you?
Yep.
That's not going to work there, Anki. Not enough.
So that's 2, 4, 6, 7 successes.
Plus the determination spends.
Man.
Which gave you 4, right?
Yep.
So that's 11. So that's 6 momentum.
How does 11 hits sound to you, GM?
Well, he got 5.
Grennan and Efric are just falling apart.
Yeah, I think how this has to manifest is that it just completely flips around and she starts questioning him on biology.
I am not
And his
here
own
for a
biology.
biology lesson. You're getting one. Silence. Sorry, Imperial Magistrate. I don't see, but forgive me, I don't see the point of his question. I think we're going in circles. Do you have any other questions other than which engineer or sub-engineer or technician or security officer or any number of... We are willing to accept that this android is, he shrugged, healthy. Move on. And the look on his face is, that was the whole crux of it, and it just blew right by everybody. Well, it didn't blow by everybody, but it isn't taking. And it's that look of, I have, that was
That was it.
That was it.
And as he's stumbling, just because I got so many successes,
Yeah.
this goes,
No, there's a few
Advocate,
people
if you have any
drinking.
further questions, I would appreciate you promptly.
Not just
After
you.
all, my time is valuable.
Oh. Oh.
Indeed, the court's time is valuable.
Smoke.
No more questions. I'm done with this android. Yeah.
Smoked.
I think it's more done with you. What? It's more done with you, Advocate Anki. Lieutenant Myth, thank you for your time.
Thank you. And she steps back.
Eviscerated.
And now that the Advocate has wasted a good part of our day, let us go into the facts of the matter. Facts. What of? And then goes into that. Now we're in the opposed rule territory of the extended task. However, Renan,
Yes.
you can try to turn this into a. So we have, okay, just to get our evidence, because he didn't kill the evidence.
Yes.
Evidence bits.
Yes.
It was 4.
4, yeah. So 4 resist down. You can you can try to appeal at this point to the heart of the crowd. That's a presence command roll, but the resistance is going to be 1. If you try to stay on the facts that Kikero is trying to push, it turns into a control or daring plus con roll with a resistance of 0.
Did you say presence command?
For the crowd, yes. With
Yeah,
resistance.
I'm gonna try the crowd.
Go big. Go all 6.
So hang on.
Our advocate's about to hate
Before that happens, I do have to say my thing to the crowd.
Well, we'll see if you succeed.
you. Yeah.
Okay. Hang on. I gotta pump a bunch of shit into this.
Yeah, because if you whiff on this, your speech is going to be a lot flat than
Yep,
you
yep.
think it is.
Hang on. Can diffuse the tension and my metal come into play here?
You have the palm leaf metal, yeah.
Yes, I do.
The leaf would, the tension metal would not. Talent would not.
Okay, so I crack my palm leaf of Zarconia Peace Mission metal, so that automatically brings my difficulty down by 1, I think.
You don't know? I'll look it up.
Well, it's because I have a talent that does a similar thing, so I get it kind of confused.
Palm leaf of X mission, page 98. Page 98 says Starbases. That's not page 98. Scroll down.
And then
There it is. Once permission would attempt to persuade task in an effort to prevent violence. Character may reduce the difficulty of the persuade test by 1 to a minimum of 1. Ooh. Let me look at diffuse the tension again. 1 moment. Type.
I think Brenham's the kind of person built to deal with the crowd.
Yeah.
And our advocate's like, I hate you for this.
I'll let you take it, but increased complication since Kikero is not helping you at all. He's just standing back, letting you.
That's fine. I will take the increased comp.
He also won't roll to assist because he's not assisting you.
So here's how I'm gonna do this then. I am going to spend my determination for there's always room for diplomacy. Diplomacy focus.
Let me look at your
Law focus. Okay, I do have one focus I have for you, but I'm going to send you the focus in DM because I don't want to spoil what I'm about to do.
I highlighted it. I think I know what you're mentioning.
I mean, if you're going to use the begging focus, we already know.
Oh, shush.
He initially got that for Adler.
There you go, GM. What do you say?
Check your sheet. I took a guess which one it was.
Oh,
you could do that one too.
yeah. So yes, I have a focus. Is the point?
Yeah.
So
Diplomacy isn't it? I knew you had at least one.
Yeah. Okay.
Not if you're appealing to the crowd.
Yeah. So at the same time, it's I gotta quickly make sure I do all this right because it's like I'm about to spend a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna do my star cross, so I crit on a 10 or less.
Okay.
And because I spent my determination for the 2 successes, I spend. Let me run the numbers. It's
5.
So hang on. I think I might have to give him at least a threat. I think.
No?
Yeah, if you want to roll 5.
Yeah,
If
so
you're
I
buying
give you a
1,
threat.
It's 2, then 3, so you're only
Yes.
spending 5 momentum.
Yeah. So. I only have to spend 5 momentum, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I don't give the game master any threat.
Because you're stingy like that.
Yes. And I'm just making sure I don't have anything else. Okay. And I'll save the Legion of Honor for if I need it. So that's 5. My complication range is 2, you said?
Yes.
I do have a focus. I'm just getting all my shit together. Presence command, you said?
Yep.
And that's that first one's a crit. Only that first one gets it because of the Legion. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 with the so 9 successes with the determination I spent.
3 hits.
3 hits. So 6 momentum gain. We're at 1 floating.
Yep.
Okay.
Give me 7 challenge.
Oh, wouldn't we actually get one less roll out of that, considering you spent your determination?
What?
You'd only roll 4
No.
dice.
No, he was rolling 5.
Oh no, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, so
so
last die shouldn't count for anything anyway.
oh,
So
that was my mistake.
Yeah, so we're just at a max 6, no floating.
Yeah, but that first one was the one that critted, so I'm good with that. So only 8 successes, but we're still at max.
3, 4, 5, 6. That is.
I'm gonna spend. I want to start gaining some more work on this because, like while we have the time.
Yeah, what is the rest of the work track at right now?
You're at 5 of 20. He was at 7 of 20.
All right, so more is good. Yeah.
So the thing I was prepared to do, I'm actually going to spend my Legion of Honor, gain 2 bonus momentum on a successful task.
Yep.
And I will immediately spend those 2 momentum. I will spend one of those 2 momentum to re-roll the 3 I missed.
Okay.
Jeez.
What do you do with the other one?
I'll spend it on an extra work.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 minus 1, so 9. 9 work.
9 work.
Whoops.
Do you want to spend 1 more for an extra piece of
Yeah.
work?
I mean,
Yeah,
getting
sure.
to 10 doesn't specifically do anything extra
No,
for us.
but it'll be nice to get it to 10.
Fair
And I
enough.
think
Yeah.
last time he was able to reduce the amount of work we did.
No.
I can, though. That is a
Oh,
thing I
We
can
can,
do.
yeah.
But we can spend it to reduce the amount of time it took. We can spend
Yes,
it
if you have at least 1 momentum, you can shave.
I think that's probably a better thing to do with it.
Yep.
So 9 work going to it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that is 14 work of 20. You gained at least 1 breakthrough. Feel free to make your speech at the moment. I assume we're only using 1 interval instead of 2.
Brennan approaches the front of the audience and he looks at them and he says, Iod pup jilbel, pagpung napvuf, kokok jipung, wikeldi, mahednis dam batbo, diljilid, ej, baj sanwij wok. And I will actually paste into the Kismet chat what that translates to in English, because I actually took the time and translated it out with the English to Klingon translator.
Nerd.
Nice.
And the focus I used was my linguistics, because I said that speech in Klingon.
Yep, that's the type of stuff we have to listen to all the time. So
You may attempt, because you there's a bit of there's some cheering from up there. Not in the uppermost row, but in the lower row there's some like that, what you said. Anki makes an effort, but you can tell he's not trying too hard. If anything, he focuses more on your pronunciation. It's a weak argument and it doesn't take, but it's enough to kind of eat away at your That's why he didn't get as much momentum. He kind of ate away at it by being a bit
He's being that
expert.
guy.
being that guy, yeah, being playing to semantics rather than the actual which theme for this guy. Why argue the argument when you get the
Mhm.
argument?
What was it? If the law's on your side, pound the law. If the facts are on your side, pound the facts. If neither are on your side, pound the table.
That's why they don't let tables be in here. Only the court. Only he gets to pound a table.
Yeah. Tables would be dangerous in the Klingon court.
He's special.
Okay,
There would
fine.
be flipping.
So,
There would be
actually,
throwing.
so then would we actually be able to pivot to talking about the facts now? Because I gained us some time.
You could, yep.
This one you actually get assists on.
And this time I can actually just spend a bunch of momentum.
This can be control or daring plus con. This is resistance of 0 because it's Anki is not as good at that argument.
So hang on. That's did you say control or daring?
Yep.
Ugh. Okay. I'm not particularly good with either of those, but
But that's what Varder assists with, so he's good at
Yep.
this.
so my law focus though.
Yes.
I will spend for 4 dice, so that's 3 momentum. Okay. That's 3 hits.
And I'm assuming Varder gets to assist with daring security again.
Yep.
And Kakaro.
Caro gives you a hit.
Miss?
Is that just one or two?
Oh, yours not 2 actually.
Oh, good, because Varder nearly failed that.
So that's 5.
Does Myth get the help?
No.
Myth already
Okay.
did.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Myth
That's why
already-
the resistance is down.
Got it.
He gets to reroll that 0 for this is for Anki.
Oh,
We still beat him.
Just barely beat him.
Gain 1 momentum.
Okay, and roll 7 challenge dice again.
Yep.
Nice. Gonna spend 1 for the reroll.
I think that's it.
That is, that would be 6 passing because it's 7 minus the 1. Oh no, it would be a straight 7 because we don't have any resistance. So yeah, that completes the work track, and that's over 5. So that's 2 things. 2 breaks.
And I'll spend 1 momentum to take down the time.
If we need to.
There's still 1 magnitude on the table.
Oh,
So the work's done. You've presented all the evidence that right now it's just a matter of closing. You're kind of presented all the evidence that you think will work on this crowd and work on the magistrate without
incriminating.
or getting into the weeds. You need, and just by matter of hours in the day, you were very efficient in your argument. Half the day was just you presenting to the crowd in Klingon and then addressing the court and explaining the evidence as you understood it. Kakaro chimed in finally. Varder chimed in. Anki, he made an effort to try to use a bit of sophistry to argue how you were saying things. Didn't make a whole lot. He almost tripped you up a couple times on matters of protocol, but you slipped out from under it. So now you know, and Kakaro knows, and he would tell you as much that basically at this point, tomorrow you should be able to win this. This is entirely winnable. Because now the difficult, because now it's just, if you get 5 work at all tomorrow, that's it.
Yeah.
You've won. There's no the magistrate will have. Kakaro can't imagine a reason why the magistrate would let the case continue. So that does mean Anki might have 1 last chance to do something. And he warned you that Anki's probably going to get desperate because at this point, looking at to give you a mechanical view of things, You have magnitude 4 of 5, work effectively 20 of 20 or 21 of 20. 5 intervals of 15. He has whereas he has 1 magnitude of 5 and 7 of 20 work. Like, he's way behind now. His best bet is just to win constantly every day and just stall you out.
Yeah.
So that Kakaro goes like, yeah, he can't play the long, because before, when you started this, time was on his side, not yours. But
Now
that we
time is really on our side.
Yeah, because you've presented a bunch of evidence very efficiently. You even played to the crowd a little bit, much to his annoyance, but whatever, that does help, because now people are drowning him out every so often.
Right,
Like, they're
right.
paying
Like
staff to get
that's
him
the thing that Grennan is gonna state to Kakaro is, well, we were gonna have to do it at some point. Like
in a duel, you can throw dirt in a man's eyes, but I'd rather beat him without having to throw the dirt in the first place.
Right. Like, we were gonna, like, Grennan's reasoning is we were gonna have to try to calm down the crowd a bit at some point. So might as well get that done, and it ended up working out because Grennan is surprisingly good at this.
I'll wait for someone to try and shank you.
One more day, and this should all be over.
Let's hope.
Would, for any further witnesses or Efrix again, would 2 security officers accompanying her to the doors of the High Court, but not inside, be acceptable?
I will make it acceptable. I do not appreciate my witnesses being attacked, especially in the heart of the Empire.
I will head to the garrison and do a once-over of her. I was already looking, or assisting the defense force here with a murder.
My apologies to the 3 of you for my remark about biochemical monstrosity.
It was amusing.
They deserved it. No offense.
I am one.
Like, that's what he said. He said, they deserved it, and he turns to his counselor, says, "No offense."
No, his response is, "There isn't one. I am one."
Yeah, he's like, I am a biochemical monstrosity. Proud of it.
Yeah.
Good.
Great.
That's right.
Damn right I am.
Great.
That wasn't nearly as insulting as you.
Myth, I've got something for you to look into. A neural toxin that might have been used on Efrix, but was definitely used on a Klingon. It will stop him speaking once applied. If you can find out anything about it, might tell us what species or organization might be involved.
Certainly. Do you have a physical sample or a data sample?
I've got a data sample, and the Defense Force has physical samples because I handed those over. But given I am working alongside the Honorable Defense Force in this matter, I am sure I can acquire them for you, or have you come in person to do such things.
May I see these scans of yours?
Varder will have his tricorder, I assume, and show them to the Epic.
Efforts is somewhere saying, "Don't stand on the steps. They're a trap."
It was.
I don't recognize the weapon. It's not Klingon.
It appears to have been some small, narrow-bladed knife or hypospray, a needle of some description, or at least in its function. And it was directly applied to both of the Klingons' hearts, and that was it. It was very precise, very well practiced, and delivered.
Varder, I would, given that we have alien assassins in our midst, I would recommend you volunteer your services to the garrison to guard the captain's room. At this point, it's not Klingons I'm worried about anymore. Off-worlders are now my concern.
right before Efrix started succumbing to the effects of the poison, a Klingon individual walked out of Tuxfur, where I was investigating the other thing. This is after he also told me to keep my nose out of business that is not Starfleet. He was intently watching her before she collapsed, as if he wanted to make sure something was going to happen.
He shakes his head. If there was a Klingon assassin, he simply would have drawn his blade across her neck and removed her head. He probably would have kicked it for flair. Klingon assassins are not known for their subtlety. That's not how they get paid so well. No, this is the act of a Klingon who is, or a non-Klingon who is interfering.
In the
Perhaps
Dominion,
some form of disguise?
I was about to say, in the Dominion War, it was undertaken to disguise people as Klingons.
Hmm.
Such a process is not unheard of from many of the powers of the Alpha Quadrant.
In that case, I would tell whoever your commanding officer is now to get permission to beam your witnesses straight into the High Court. I cannot make such a request, but the ambassador may be able to give special dispensation. At this point, I don't think it's safe for anyone to be walking these streets without guard. And even then, these are trained professional assassins. There's not much I can do as your advocate.
Lieutenant Varder, did you have your tricorder on you when you witnessed this?
Yes.
Was it in standby or active? I may be able to record some trace readings off of it.
Had just been using it. Kind of gotta look at it like, did I turn it off properly or probably not? Probably expected to use it again. I turn it off and I'm going to pull it out again 5 minutes
For
later.
a momentum and a threat, you will have the advantage that you happen to have left it in passive mode.
There we go. I'm down with that.
Woot woot. If I may.
He'll hand it to me.
And she just sticks her finger out to it and... Data transfer complete. Thank you.
Yeah, that's weird.
Oh, I simply have a scanning device embedded in my advocate.
Of course you do.
It seemed prudent.
I mean, my bones are made of crystal.
He gives you a look. Furrows his
Cap-
eyes like he doesn't get the joke you're saying.
Captain Grunin just looks at him and he says, "Ever wonder why I'm tired? This is why."
Oh, I was being serious. That wasn't a joke.
Oh no. I saw that. I saw that
Oh, I
shit.
see him moving. It's that one.
The three of you may roll. One of you is the main roller, and the others are assisting. Insight plus security, opposed by
Gee, I wonder
somebody
who's
in
gonna
particular
lead that.
trying to be sneaky.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's me. I no longer have that particular talent to find hidden danger, but survival or guerrilla warfare. It's
guerrilla
probably
warfare.
not my survival that's being applied here.
I mean,
That's a
maybe.
security roll. Of course, you get a threat.
Spending it.
Actually, wait a second. No, don't
Oh.
spend it. I might.
Oh, fine.
I've got the medal. Do I want to do that for just one, or do I want to go
Yeah, do it.
3 for 3? Yeah, I might give you 3 and then use the medal on the 3 rather than going balls out 6 and hoping it works. I've got my determination still. 1. You're only getting 1 chance at this.
Okay.
And you don't get it.
Yeah.
And if I whiff, I've got my determination. Like that.
Oh. I mean, you get a reroll. Oh.
I get a reroll. I've got my determination still. Just I feel it in my bones, but I won't use that until we know if I need to or not. You two are assisting.
Are you allowed to do that?
Yes, if it's a
Hmm.
contested roll, isn't it?
It's contested.
That's not 4 hits. That's 2 hits spent.
Well, no, but I rolled
Oh, you did right.
yeah.
Oh, they both
Myth-
already rolled. Derp, I'm an idiot. Yeah, 4
Yeah,
hits.
I'm
And
already
probably-
accounting for it.
And probably
Myth and I already
the
hit.
advocate too, or no?
No, the advocate doesn't know this is happening. He's not used to assassins hacking his witnesses. This is
Carter
new
is
to him.
particularly on higher alert already. He's like, I am so upset about all of
I
this.
told you the steps were a trap.
And Myth's just, in passive scanning mode, so.
Like to him, no one would dare attack someone in the steps of the High Court, blessed by Kaelus's blood, built of his bones. It's like to him, it's
Yeah.
unthinkable.
Actually,
No one's dare.
With the advocate standing right there.
Yeah, like I'm standing here. I could have you arrested and killed for what you're doing.
yeah, no, I might actually. This is contested, isn't it?
It is.
Yep.
So I'm about to roll.
Yeah.
Bang. Reroll at 15 because you're being sneaky. That's better. It's not enough though. I can't imagine. That's 2 at best. I'm gonna check. That might be 1 because his stats aren't that good. Or good. They're not that good.
I will shoot.
So that's 2 hits.
I was gonna say, it just tells us how much momentum we get.
Yep. You see a Klingon stepping out of the kind of leaning against one of the market stalls with a disruptor rifle in his hands. And he's trying to be sneaky, like hiding amongst stuff, but you can see him. Like he's
Okay, so he's got it and it's pointing at us.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Varder, his security, he's just going to be a fuck. And he's also got quick to action, so
You're starting the
He's-
fight, as it were.
yeah, he's between Grennan and the guy already. So I don't know if Grennan can use Varder as cover at the cost of Varder taking damage instead. But either way, that doesn't matter. Draw his phaser, aim,
Say, like-
fire.
Like, Grennan,
You
get
might
down.
want to say something.
Oh, like
Yeah, like,
Stun.
get down, gun.
yeah, like disruptor
Assassin.
rifle.
I mean, he's doing that while firing, but yeah,
Yeah.
he's doing that as he's aiming and firing rather
Yeah.
than shouting
and-
beforehand. Because if he shouts, the guy fires.
Well, and I gather that Myth and I see him too, because we both rolled for this.
Yeah,
Mhm.
well, because you're assisting and he made the roll, he points it out, and then you both kind of like, oh, either you succeeded and you helped him see it, like, yeah, over there by the juice tree, the juice vendor.
Varder might just like see out of the corner of his eye and go, "Myth, is that a gun?"
Yeah,
And
yeah,
it's
it's
like,
like,
yes.
like Myth, is that disruptor rifle? And I just like go, hit the deck. And
So he might have seen it, not been sure, said, "Myth, is that a gun?" Myth says yes, then he does the thing.
Mhm.
Minor action to draw your phaser, obviously.
Minor action drawing phaser. I'll pay for another minor action to aim because I've got Deadeye Marksman. Lowers
Okay.
the difficulty by 1. And it's diff 3, I think, from this range? Question mark.
Div 2, he's medium.
Diff 2, medium. So diff 1 because of my Deadeye Marksman and aiming.
He does have cover of 2 resistance, just so you, sorry, of 2 challenge dice worth of resistance.
Brennan's got body armor for 2 resistance as well.
Yeah.
I have a focus hand phasers. Small arms. It's a physical task, so I can up my complication, get a dice for free. Yep. I don't like this guy. I didn't even change the stat correctly to control. I don't like this guy.
This is how well you know you're gonna hit him.
get whammed.
Roll damage.
My bones are assisting me. And it's a Bajoran hand phaser too. It's not even a which is the same as a normal one, by the way, just for everyone else. It just looks different.
Are you
That is
shooting to kill or you're just shooting to stun?
stun?
Spend
1, 2, 3, 4.
spend one to
Rolling
reroll.
4. Yeah. Okay, that's not as good, but still there.
Got to pump
Yeah,
some
well,
into damage.
we also have a bunch of
I've got a bunch of.
like maybe spend like definitely spend one
That's
to
1, 2,
to get through to get some piercing,
Yeah, we'll spend 1 for piercing.
and then maybe 2 more for just extra damage because we might need it. Because
That sounds appropriate. Yeah.
he's got the
Yeah.
cover dice.
There we go. So we'll be at 2 momentum, and that should be 5 damage, 6 damage.
Oh, 4 resistance before piercing. So
Non-lethal.
spend
Yeah,
one more.
non-lethal. Another one for piercing then, yeah.
And that's 5 damage. I don't have to keep him up. Not that I could anyway. Could I? If I even had. Oh, it doesn't matter. You shoot him, and he gets struck a couple times in the chest, and he falls over.
Get Grennan inside, and Varder's going to run to the guy, because he needs to secure the guy, and there's people who can get Grennan into a highly secured area immediately. Like, what are they going to do? Complain?
Just as like a point of order, while Varder was shooting, Myth was stepping like between the shooter and the advocate. I didn't feel like it was important to mention while the shot was resolving, but
Yeah. Which is like KDF guys being like, what? And I was like, you know, at least I've been visible with the KDF, so at least they might recognize me as well. Benefit.
A bunch of people start rushing over to the scene because those two are looking at who you shot. They look like they're about to yell at you, and then they see he rifle. They look at him. They look at you. They look at the advocate who looks not pleased. They see someone being rushed into the high court building.
I'm going to quickly search this guy, take his rifle, see if he's got a knife suiting that description. He's going to have Efrix's pad, I'm sure.
Roll insight plus security, difficulty 2.
Insight, security, difficulty 2. You get a threat. Guerrilla warfare, question mark?
No.
Lead by example.
Yes.
Jesus.
3 momentum.
Varder angry.
Varder med.
That was a threat for you, GM.
Oh, god damn it, it's a Cardassian.
You could smell it.
This should have been guerrilla warfare. Varder's had to face that before.
You look over the weapon. You think about how it was laid out. And you kind of rub against against the ridges in his forehead, and you can feel it flex. And your thumb, there's like the prosthetic. There's an obvious prosthetic there. And you can feel the indent in his forehead, and it clicks. This is a Cardassian assassin, 100%.
And so he found the miniature knife and everything.
You find that he has what appears to be a knife in his glove, like a pin.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
And the rifle itself seems to be a modified Klingon disruptor.
Okay. This is a Cardassian. To the guys beside him and the advocate.
Cardassian?
Check his forehead.
Oops, nope, stop.
Poke, poke, poke.
Oh no, mysterious music. I know that note.
And that will be the end of the episode.